Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main events and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main events and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main events and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main events and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main event and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main events and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action. Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Mjpt reboot series here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. It is day 2 of the main events and there is a lot of action happening today as always. Main event returns at 11 a.m. There are still 6 levels of late registration available, so I know a lot of people are only joining in the event this morning. Our current ship leader is Mr. Harold Brooks and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, so we'll keep an eye on him. Don't forget, all of that action is live on the stream. You can watch it on Facebook, Twitch and of course on YouTube. Play is starting with blinds at 500 and 1,000 and your starting stack of 50 gives you plenty of play, so come on down to Carnival City and join us and be a part of the action.
Okay, good morning. Welcome back to the East Rand. Last day, good Mark.
Yeah, morning Gary. Welcome to the viewers. Exciting into what's been a wonderful week of poker.
Indeed it has. So it is final table day. We are down to the last 7 and quickly the runners and riders. And I'll start this in reverse order with the small stack at the table, 153,000, Eben Lottery, Doc to his friends. In 6th place, Moon Khan, 258,000. Going up the tree here, Fabian is next in line, 383,000. Lum with 791,000. Big stacks coming in now. And your top 3, John Ambrosi with 894,000. Gareth with 897,000. And David at the top, David Rosenthal, Bozo to his friends, 908,000. Big stacks, buddy, yeah?
Some big stacks, Gary, and a lot of play left with the structure the way it is.
And what are the blind levels this morning, boys? 12.24, indeed. So, blinds are getting heavy, but...
Yeah, the blinds are getting heavy, but, you know, there's still a bit of play left there for the players, especially the top lot. I think the bottom 3 are going to have to start making moves fairly early.
Yeah. So everybody's in the cash. All the players at the table now guaranteed 28,560, which is the 7th place money. 6th place 35,700. 5th place 48,195. 4th place 60,690. 3rd place 98,175. We'll get there. 2nd place 164,220 and 1st place 228,480. So playing for a lot of wonga, Mike, my friend Mark.
Yeah, they're playing for a lot of money considering it was only a 10k buy-in this time. So
well,
the prize pool's really got up there.
Sure, 700,000 total prize pool. So absolutely magnificent. So this is the big day for us as well. Big day for the players. Good luck to the boys in the technical team. We've got Hugo, we've got Brad and Jake here. Good luck to you, my friend. And we're going to switch our camera angle across to the feature table as the players start to arrive. And there you go. And the seat placing is quite important here, Mark. You know, who's big, who's small, who's on your left, who's on your right. And the button will be starting on seat 7.
Yeah, I think that's going to play a very big role. And if you look at our 3 biggest stacks, they're almost in a triangle to one another there on the table, with a few of the shorter stacks interspersed between them. So that'll That'll make for interesting dynamics.
Yeah, so let's start with David Rosenthal with the grey sweat hoodie on there and the headphones. So who's immediately to his left is Eben and then Moon Khan, which are the two smaller stacks at the table. And who is to the right of David? Well, you've got Fabian there, of course, John Ambrosi. And then, of course, bottom left-hand corner is Gareth Edmonds. And Gareth is the second biggest stack of this table, so they'll be glad that they're not sitting next to each other, I'm sure.
Yeah, and he's got Lum to his left, so that's going to make it interesting for him.
Well, you know, and once again, and I'll say it and I'll keep saying it, we don't criticise players, apart from Moon, who's just put his telephone on our RFID table, because that will affect our equipment. Lum is a great poker player. We want to know which Lum is turning up today.
Yeah, it depends which Lum's turning up, but I promise you, people underestimate Lum often and say, it's Lum, and this Lum can play on his day.
He can play very, very well in cash and tournament. And for me, I think John Ambrosi has got a nice stack here. I think he's been playing well. He's placed in a couple of tournaments already, 894,000. So, you know, certainly not to be written off, Big Johnny.
No, John's got a proven track record, and he's in a rich vein of form, winning the warm-up event a week ago, coming second in the Monster Freeze, and now making it into the final table on the main event. So he's really in good form. And
of course, Fabian now, the 12 o'clock position in our eye line, just turning around from us. Fabian took a really big hit and second to last hand last night from David Rosenthal, hence the reason he's got so many chips. And I actually had breakfast with Fabian this morning, and he said, I've dusted myself down, I've got up, I'm ready to rock and roll, excited about being on the final table, happy with his position on the table. So, you know, Fabian is going to be the unknown today. He's got game, huh?
And he's a good, intelligent player, Gary.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a top player. I just want to talk a little bit more about Gareth Edmonds, who's in your bottom left of the picture, second in chips. You know, Gareth is not a regular on our feature table in the big tournaments, but to you and I, who know him, you know, KZN lads, steady player. I think I've mentioned it a few times over the week. You know, I love his persona at the table. I like the way everything he does is considered, and I think he's in with a real shot.
He's in with a real shot, Gary, and he's played 2 great days of poker. We spoke him up on the feature table yesterday morning, but it was because of the way he was playing.
Indeed. So we're off and running, and John Ambrosi, right of screen there, just gets rid of those under the gun 10-6, and you know, it'll be interesting to see if we get a little slow start or if we go out firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, well, let's see how the players settle in here.
And thank you, David, for putting your cards in the box. When he watches us back, that'll bring a smile to his face. And good luck to David. I think if you want a favourite for the day, I mean, it's hard to back against David.
He's got the pedigree. He's a thoroughbred racehorse. Let's put it out that way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're not betting men and we're not picking winners and losers here, but you know, on the form, you know, on the history and you know, achievements, etc. You know, everybody will be looking to try and take David out, you know.
Yeah, no, there's always, you know, if you were a bookmaker and you were setting odds in that, I think David would be your favourite.
Yeah, for sure. Anyhow, let's not give him the trophy just yet.
No, as we know with bookmakers, the favourites don't often win.
And there's your blind levels if you've got a sneak preview. And our small stack with 6 bigs is even lottering, and the doc to your right there with the green T-shirt on. Just a gentleman of poker. I love the doc. He's such a wonderful guy.
You know, we spoke earlier in the week about the whole Bloom crowd and all of that, and I had a long chat with him last night, and he was saying, you know, sadly they've lost 2 of those members of the Bloom crowd. The Mjpt, who was an All Africa winner, was a part of that whole crowd, and he passed away. And then Glenn Losser, he was also part of that whole crowd, and he passed away. So he says their crowd has dwindled, and he misses the good old days in Bloom.
So under the gun will be Fabian. They're going in the muck. And as mentioned, Bozo to his left. David 7-4. And players now got everything stacked at the table. They're all sorted out. They're settling in nicely. I mean, the first hand was taken down by Moon, which was the 60k dead money in the middle. So that was a quick bet and take it down. Even will be looking for a spot with his short stack.
Yeah, Doc needs to find a spot quite early on in that. And you know, he said to me yesterday, I'm not here to make the 14,000. I want to be up there in the top lot. So we can expect him to try and spin it up. And
Moon is the most active player at the table, raising again here on the what is the second hand of the day. Looks like that's going to get folded around. We'll see.
Yeah, Moon also on the very short stack, so he needs to make moves, and he's done 2 already. So
That's 120 to the good, 2 hands down.
absolutely, you look at he's reversed his fortunes already from where his starting stack was and to where he is now.
Yeah, for sure. And I actually didn't realise that Fabian's only on the small blinds as well. Just seems like he got a lot of chips. Of course, the blind levels have now gone up, and we are at 12.24, I believe, is the level we're at now. Yes, we are.
You know, the thing is that big knock that he took against Bowser just before close of play has hurt his stack quite considerably.
But like I said, I had breakfast with Fabian this morning, and he dusted himself down. He's ready to go. He's in the zone, so we shall see. Okay, so Bozo just settling into his seat there. As David will, he'll be up and walking around in a little while. He can't sit still for more than 10 minutes.
He can't sit still for too long.
And it'll be David first to act with a wonderful hand here. Look, 3-2 off. Thank you for using the box, David.
Under the gun, those quickly into the muck, round to Doc. King 7 suited, from too early a position, I would imagine.
Oh, for sure. Too early in the queue to be putting money in here.
He likes the look of them, but he's looking at his position.
Unless he's got a lunch date.
All right, he's going to play.
Yeah. So the money goes in from the Doc. Let's see how he fares. Round to Gareth with the Dexys Dolly here, and that's going to go in the muck. He's not going to be risking 150,000 on that. And it's folded round to John Ambrosi.
Just the 2 blinds to get through, now only the big blind to get through. And yeah, Doc's going to get this one through.
John's had to fold his big and his small for these the last 2 hands.
And he's not going to enjoy that.
And even will pick up 60k, so well done even. Suited king.
Yeah, like I said, Doc said he's here to try and move up in the stakes.
Yeah, and what a lovely man. What a lovely man.
So, you know, if we have a look at John in that top corner, if you look to the players to his immediate right and the players to his left, he's sandwiched in there. He's got Fabian to his left and then Bozo, and then to his right he's got Lum and Gareth.
Well, you know, there's no hiding places at feature tables.
No, absolutely. You know, Bozo's got the 2 shorter stacks to his left.
And he'd be quite happy with that. He'll
I
put
think
pressure there.
very much. He's going to put a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, for sure. So under the gun player is Eben. Ace 3 off. And 12.24 in the blinds. 24,000 on the big blind ante. Hand number 4, blue ribbon event of the Monster Jam Poker Tour reboot. Here from the beautiful Carnival City in the East Rand. And we thank you, Sun International, for your hospitality. Particularly the Carnival City staff, who's just been so wonderful to us since we've been here. All right, actions around to Gareth. And Lum is, looks like he's just, he's raised this. He hasn't
raised
limped
it.
He's raised this up to 60.
Yeah, in serious mode there, the dark shades on with the mask and that.
Lum is in playing mode. Bozo with the Queen 2 in the big blind. Let's see what David's going to do here. Is he going to defend his big blind? Looks down at his chips, normally a sure sign. So David said, normally I'm never giving up on my big blind, but this is just too rubbish, I'll give you the money.
Yeah, he said, I promised myself I'm not folding a single big blind today. And I just can't.
The promise is broken, it's over.
Yeah, but I think, you know, David's using a bit of psychology there as well. He's basically letting them know, this is the one time, forget it, leave my big blind alone. I'm going to defend it to the death. Putting that all out there in the players' minds. You know, I always find it amusing how attached people become to their big blinds, and you're stealing my blind again, and this, that, and the whole psychology that goes around it.
Okay, so Moon will be our under the gun player, bottom right of your screen.
So the 2 short stacks at the table have both picked up a few chips early on, and Lum's the only other player that's picked up any chips so far.
So everybody in jovial mood. I mean, Johnny and Gareth and Eben have not got involved in the conversation yet. Obviously zoning in. Okay, so it looks like Moon's going to bet this. Getting active early, under the gun, trying to show a bit of strength. 10-9 off. Gareth with the Jack 8 will get rid of this. He's a patient lad. He's not going to be interested in playing this from UTG +1.
Yeah, I think Moon's working on the supposition that if I raise from early and I'm short stacked, that you really need a big hand to come along with me.
Yeah, and you know, it's all about sizing for me. I mean, you know,
He's going to get some action from Fabian though.
it looks like Moon's actually just called this off. He didn't actually raise, so he's a limper. But we'll check that now.
Yeah, it looks like if you look in the bottom of the screen, that is only cooling chips there.
Yeah. Okay, so a raise from Fabian to 65,000. So that's just over, just under 3x. So
Now we'll see if Moon defends his lump.
oh no, Moon pretends he's just waking up here. Another 41,000 a call. That'll be 41,000 of the 120 you're up for the day, and those chips are precious, he says. And Fabian will pick up a little pot of 84,000 there. Well done, nice hand. Even remains at the bottom with 6 bigs. Moon count with 14, and of course Fabian is now on 16. Then a little double of that 32 to Lum, and then we've got our top 3 stacks.
Yeah, and Bozo is eyeing out the stacks to his left. He's looking, he's thinking, right, I'm on the button now. So he's doing his pre-prep work already, working out his sizing, depending what I pick up here on the blind.
The
on the
computer,
button.
the
Yeah,
computer that is David Rosenthal is talking to Fabian, but sucking it all in as well.
Yeah, you
Trust
could
me.
see where his eyes were. His eyes were on Eben and Moon's chips.
Okay, Gareth is under the gun with Queen 2. You saw Bozo get rid of that in the big blind just now, so I'm pretty sure Gareth's not going to be playing it. He'll be
Yeah,
patient.
Lum wasn't interested in his hand. You could see from the body language it already looked.
Okay, Johnny's in the hijack, not interested also. All pretty cagey so far. Fabian in the cuts-off. And he's not going to be trying to steal too much with David to his left.
All right, here's Bozo with the hand that he'll play from the button.
Yeah, for sure. He'll be looking to steal the blinds here.
He's also aware that if he raises, that he could face a shove from them because they're short stacks.
Indeed.
So
But he'll be
factor
prepared
that
for
in.
that. He will be prepared for that. And he will be prepared to be calling. Of course, the other 2 players, Moon and Eben, will know exactly what David's
Yeah,
up to also.
absolutely. You
And
see-
here we go. Moon's got a nice hand here. I think he'll flat this off. He'll want to see a
He's
flop.
done so.
I don't think he's going to commit his whole stack.
No. It's a nice looking hand, the king-queen suited.
All right, so we're not seeing a lot of help here.
No, David's still ahead with the ace high, and there's not real help for Moon there, and yet he's going to bet into it.
Well, I think if Moon continues here, David will have a think about it. He won't want to be doubling Moon up, so what David's thinking is what's on that flop that's in Moon's range, pre-flop with the raise, so
Yeah, the only card may be the 10.
yeah, that's all. And they'll
David
call
makes
that
the
off.
call.
And there's another 10, so some people will say, oh, that's a scare card. Well, it makes it less likely that Moon's actually got a 10.
Yeah. Well, Moon's continuing his story.
Well, he has to, and he's pot committed now. Moon has got 110 bet and 94 behind. So for the folks at home, he has just said to David, all my money's going in. That is
Yeah,
it.
and David's looking at it. He's working out exactly what he's got left. He's looking around the screens. And look at this.
David's looking at Moon. He's not looking at the chips. The chips are academic. That's just a prop. He wants to know how much he's got. I mean, this is so polarized for Moon. He's repping a 10 here all day or an ace. And I've got a feeling Bozo's going to put this down.
Look at him studying Moon. Moon glances up at him. That's where all the psychology comes, all the reading skills of Bozo.
Bozo puts his hand on his chips, wants to see a reaction.
Yeah, puts the double stack on.
That's what he wanted, a reaction.
Yeah, and he's got it. Moon says to him, I'm putting it in. I'm telling you now, I'm putting it in.
Which is actually wrong. The dealer should be stopping him there. He can't threaten to say he's putting it in. He can't announce action until the other player's completed theirs. So he's a bit naughty there.
Yeah, because he's begging inside, please fold, Bose, please fold.
I believe you're calling me in a minute. I'm most likely going to
Now this is David is best. I'm most likely going to call you.
Yeah, we're just keeping it a little quiet because it's so interesting to watch the player's body language. Dave's going through all the processes in his mind. He's ranging Moon, he's looking at Moon's reactions, he's looking at his body language, all that experience, all that skill coming into play here.
Here's the fold.
Yeah.
Told you.
Well, it's well played by Moon.
Yep.
You know,
Moon picked up 138,000 there. That was no small spot, huh?
No, and once Moon bet the flop, he committed himself to
And now
that.
put Bozo in third place. John Ambrosi will be above him. Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
And
he's even
Gareth.
dropped below Lum.
Jeepers. That's a huge hand there.
Yeah, it's a very big hand. You know, the thing is, Moon committed himself to the hand. Once he bet the flop, he said, that's it, I'm committed to this hand.
Yeah, and once again, for the viewers at home that don't understand what we were saying about commitment, you know, if your bet that you put in is greater than that of the amount of chips left behind, that is the technically committing yourself. That is what we would call committed. You know, equal to or more than is really where it gets to. So Lum is going to be under the gun here. And Lum with his gangster outfit on today. He looks quite sharp
He
there with
does,
his
yeah.
shades. That could be a superhero. There we go. Answers on a postcard. Superhero name for Lum with his black mask and his glasses. That's the first competition of the day.
Yeah, and sporting the Monster Jam shirt there.
Yeah. What's the superhero name for Lum?
Yeah, I don't think we ever came to a conclusion on your guess the cost of the cards thing.
because
You weren't enough entrants, and
nobody-
nobody was close.
Nobody was even close. Hello.
So it's still up for grabs there if you want to put in a little guess for Gary.
So the first, let me just say off the bat that anything I'm going to give away today, you have to be here to collect it.
There you
There
go.
is no postage. There is no see you next week. If you want to win one of the prizes that we give away today, you have to be here. Come and collect it.
Here we go.
Okay, so the first prize for a Monster Jam cap is the best superhero name for Lum, with his sunglasses, his black mask, etc. Okay. So
Far it's folded all the way around. Bozo's raised from cutoff with Queen 9 off. Gareth is defended with the Jack 3 suited. Right, and Bozo's flop top pair here, and he was the raiser pre-flop. So we'll continue. And there's nothing on that board for Gareth. And Bozo puts in the continuation bet, but with top pair with a decent kicker. Yeah, and Gareth defended with the suited jack here, but he's found nothing on that flop. Bozo's continued, and Bozo does have top pair.
yeah, Bozo is ahead.
And he'll take that hand down, which will put him a few of the chips back that he gave off to Moon. He gets 130,000 plus from that hand, Gary.
Did very well. The reason I was quiet is I was just putting all the streams on.
And you see that in one hand he's back to the top of the standings. That's how quickly it's going to change with the blind levels where they are. If there's a raise and a call and you take the hand down, you're winning a pot in excess of 120, 130,000 every time.
Absolutely.
So there's going to be big swings here, Gary.
Yeah, I know. We just got to keep a close eye on it. John Ambrosi has been pretty quiet. He's now under the gun with 10-6 of hearts here.
And Johnny will be patient. He won't do anything silly. He'll wait for the right position to play.
If you like, I'm coming to this side long.
They go into the muck. Fabian will fold those.
Hold the mystery cards, Bozo as well. Fabian had King 9, Bozo 6-2 off. And Doc's picked up pocket 8s.
What's going to do? He's going to go all in here for sure.
Yeah, all in.
Give me the triangle.
Give me the triangle. Just to the delay. Yeah, bring it. Right.
Doc.
Gareth can't call off from the small blind with 7-4 off, and Lum gives it up quickly with the same hand. So the doc will pick up a few chips. He shows the
Quietly
eights.
going about his business.
Shows the eights to say, look, I'm not just shoving with anything.
Quietly going about his business. And David back after at the top, back after that last hand with Gareth.
Absolutely. And Gareth slips down to third in the standings. Right, so we move on to the ninth hand of the morning. Gareth will be on the button, and John Ambrosi for the first time will be a little bit anxious to start getting played. He's in the big blind, so he wants to get active as well. Nobody likes to sit there and just fold and fold and fold on the feature table.
Absolutely not. So Fabian under the gun with the Jack 7.
He was there for a week and they sent
We'll go
him
to
to
the
Congo
muck.
for a week already. So
This ace-2 is following Boza. It's not suited this time. And Boza's saying any ace from anywhere I'm raising.
It appears so. But he knows he has to get aggressive here because of the size of the blinds and how quick they're coming round.
Doc looks at a nice hand, but with the raise before him, he's got a folded Queen 10 suited, the Marconi hand. Gareth doesn't have much on the button. He'll fold that. Lum folds very quickly. Lum's looking at his cards before the time, and with his body language, he's actually letting the players know basically what he's going to do. And
Which
John
is
gives
typical
up.
of Lum, of course.
Yeah.
But that's his way, that's the way he plays.
Boza thinks about showing the ace and then doesn't. He thought about it. He actually held it in his hand, took it, and then put it back together and said, no, I'm not showing.
Good for him.
That's
So level 19 here, Mark. 12, 24, 24 on the big blind ante. So 60,000 in the middle every rotation.
Yeah,
All that dead money.
And Boza with those two hands now is over 900,000 again.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you know, a super cooler here just puts somebody so far in front.
Yeah, a cooler between two of the biggest stacks, and somebody's going to be so far out.
And it can happen, you know. And, you know, we've already paid 3 people in this event. Everybody at the table now guaranteed 28,560. So plenty of money still out there to be won. David with the 5-4 offsuit under the gun. Pretty jovial mood at the table.
Yeah, I
And
think,
I
you know,
fancy a fold here. Yep, and the Doc will fold his cards here. He's already got them in his hand. A6 and Moon Khan, 96 suited. You know, Moon likes this hand.
Yeah, he likes that. He's one of his online names is 96 is the nuts.
Yep, I know.
oh my god, that's
Yeah,
Okay.
he folds it.
Nostalgia does not trump actual cards. Gareth Edmonds, pocket 5. Now, Gareth's in the cutoff here, so he's just got to get through the button and the blinds. And, you know, pocket pairs are hard to come by, so I like a raise here, 60 in the middle already. So the standard bet may be somewhere around 45.
Let's see what he picks up. Like he's gone for a little bit more than that.
Yeah, pot size bet. He's just put the pot in, that's it. So what he's saying to Lum is, what do you want? He's folded with his ace-7, so pocket 3s for John Ambrosi. And I fancy John to call this off and go for set hunting.
Yeah, I think he hasn't played a hand yet, so he's wanting to play, and he's saying, all right, let me peel one off. I'm already a little bit of money in with the blind, so let me see a flop.
I think's fair. I mean, he's already got soldiers out there. He's raised it up.
Re-raise. Wow. Okay, he's 3-betting
Wow.
140k.
Fabian's woke up in the big. We got ace-queen as well.
Now he's facing a raise and a re-raise before him.
Yep.
So now he's got a
I mean,
little
I think
dilemma.
Fabian shoves here if he's doing anything.
And I think if he shoves, I don't think either
That's his
player can
only
call
move.
him.
Shove or fold. I don't like a call from him here. I don't
No, I
like.
don't like a call at all. It's shove or fold.
Yeah, he has to, and that's because of the action prior to that. And that's a big fold from Fabian. Trust me, if that had been limped to him, that'd have been a big raise coming in there.
Absolutely. I think if it was just raised to him, he would have shoved. But the fact that Johnny 3-bet is what has put him off.
And Gareth is thinking about calling this off.
Yeah,
Gareth's been very good at sniffing these out. And, you know, make no bones about it, folks. That's a massive fold from Fabian. But given the re-raise by Johnny they had with the pocket 3s, You know, Fabian only had the 2 moves. That was all in or fold.
Yeah, Fabian with his ace queen off had to either shove or fold. He's chosen to fold facing the 3-bet.
Now Gareth's in the tank, right opposite, and he's decided to call this off. So it's pocket 5s versus pocket 3s as we go to the flop. So it was bet by Gareth, a 3-bet by Johnny Ambrosi, a fold with ace queen by Fabian, and a call by Gareth. So good luck, gentlemen.
Right, now Fabian's going to be looking at that flop and reading
Well, there
the
you
fold.
go.
You see the
Fabian,
sigh.
a
He actually
big
exhaled
sigh.
there if you watched him.
So he who bets first here is going to take this down, and John is in the small blind. He's going to bet
Oh,
this
there
and
you go.
continue the
Look
story.
at that.
1,000 call.
And you know, there's no way Gareth calls off 200,000 with pocket 5s here. That's a great bet by John. He's continued the story.
He's repping ace king now. He said, I 3-bet you hard pre or pocket jacks, either or.
There's over $500,000 in this pot there, Mark.
Now, John has committed himself to this pot now. And he's putting Gareth to the test, yeah. As we saw yesterday, Gareth doesn't like to fold, and he sniffed out quite a few bluffs from other players. John is the one player that did get a bluff past him.
Yeah, these are going in the muck.
Right, that's a really powerful play by John there.
Very
really,
good
really
play.
well played.
Very good play by John Ambrosi. And that takes him to the top of the stack. And Fabian with 14 bigs, even with 8 bigs.
Yeah, and John has shown us with it that he's come here today to play.
For sure. What a great play. You know, in that occasion, being the first to act was an advantage.
It was an advantage. You know, people talk about position and everything, but when you 3-bet and you want to continue your story, you actually want to be the first to act.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, and we move on, and Fabian is, I think, you know, you saw him exhale when the flop came out.
Yeah.
But when John bet into it, he'll still think maybe he had ace king. He'll
Well, you
definitely
know,
go and look at the stream, that's for sure.
You know, in 30 minutes, all will be revealed.
Absolutely.
And that's the beauty of the stream. And we've got it playing on a 30-minute delay outside anyhow. And so anybody's got access to it. So under the gun, Even's going to fold his king 10. Moon with king 5 here. Already in the muck. Round to Gareth.
No hijack. He's letting go. He's licking his wounds a little. He's just peeled off a few chips.
Yeah. And here we go. Johnny wakes up with another good hand on the button. Only got the blinds to get through, so I fancy a little raise here. 60
Yeah,
in the pot already.
There comes the raise. What, 50, 55?
But it looks like the standard is a pot size here.
Yeah,
So
he's gone
65 was his
65,
bet.
just over pot. Fabian's a quick folder. Boza's looking down to defend the suited jack.
Well, he's been very clear. I'm not folding any more big
He
blinds.
warned everyone. They were on notice.
So let's see what the flop brings. And Boza's flop top here.
And Johnny the open-ended. So big
Check,
flop
check.
for both. Go on, check, check.
Johnny's got 10 outs here, so David's probably going to, yeah, David's going to bet this.
Yeah, Johnny's reaching for his chip straight away.
He's having none of this. I'll have that, thank you.
Yeah, he's got too many outs there. He's not going to let go.
And
that
let's see if the
quickly.
river delivers.
The river's no help for John.
Nope, and 2 pair for David is jacks and 10s. And this should go bet fold now.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Mr. Johnny Boy, you're going to have to give this one up.
Yeah, he missed his outs there. It was a big flop for him.
No, he'll take his time. I mean, he doesn't have to snap fold
No,
and
he won't
give away
snap
any
fold.
information.
He's
He
not
can
gonna-
just take his time and fold. Maybe talk it up a bit with Bozo. David knows he's already golden here.
Yeah, he knows that if the John had the 10, there would have been action already. He had a better jack, better hand. He's got him. And John's reached for chips here. What is he up to?
Well, Johnny's coming out firing here. I'm interested to see what the sizing is here. I don't know if he's posturing.
I reckon that he's posturing, Gary. I don't think that he can push this one past Bozo. Now, he's just pulled off a big move against Gareth. The very next hand, and he knows how Bozo is. Yeah, you see now.
Will you show me?
That's normally a precursor to folding.
The answer from Bozo would have been no, I'm sure. I didn't hear, but I'm pretty sure he said no. Okay, so Johnny didn't believe him, called him off with the king there.
Oh, yeah, he called him off with the
Remember, the board was double paired.
Yeah, so the thing is, an ace is already ahead of John there. So he's calling off with the king. He's
Well,
not believing.
He's gone with his read, I suppose.
Yeah, he's thinking if Bozo had an ace, he'd probably 3-bet me pre-flop. So he factored the ace out of Bozo's range. He's thinking Bozo's never flatting me with an ace in the big blind.
No.
So, right, so we move on to the next hand. Fabian will be on the button. Bozo will be in the small blind. Good Doc will be on the big blind, posting the ante as well. Yeah, and a shout out to Greg Penn Lai, he's a good friend of Fabian's. He said Fabian Deppy for the win. Right, meanwhile, Moon under the gun has folded the 7-3 suited. It's gone round to Gareth. He's folded. Lum is quick folder. Lum is making quick decisive action. He's not wasting any time. It's round to Johnny. He's played the last two hands. He's now got Queen 9 in the cutoff. And he's raising. Fabian looks at Queen 6 off. He folds.
And no help for the Doc in the big.
Yeah, and Bozo let go of ace 8 off there. He says, I've just taken a pot off John. I'm not. Still
Bozo's
Doc
got the
behind
problem
me.
we all want. Busy stacking chips.
Yeah, and he had the Doc who's a short stack behind him, so he didn't like the look of the ace 8 there. And John will get some chips back, 60,000 back.
So David will now be on the button.
Yeah, and John's
Small big to follow.
still over 900,000 chips.
Oh, yeah, he didn't take a too big a hit there, but Johnny is now down into second place. But once again, these top sort of 4 or 5 places can easily swap about just in the smallest of hands. Hand number 13, unlucky for some.
Right, so Gareth under the gun folds the Dolly Parton. Oh, sure, I thought he'd already folded. He hasn't yet. And they're going to the muck.
We knew he was going to fold. Seen it
Lum with
before.
pocket 9s.
Okay, so Lum is probably going to enter the fray officially for the first time today.
Hey, one early pot that he raised and everybody folded, so it was right at the beginning. John with pocket 4s folds quite quickly this time. Fabian folds the suited connector, Bozo with 10-6 off.
Well, to be fair, Lum's been very, very quiet.
Oh, the Doc's in a quandary here.
Well, he doesn't call there, he shoves.
And I think that's his quandary. You saw him looking at his card, tapping the table with his first.
And he's got Mr. Moon on his left, of course.
He lets go.
And Moon, let's see if Moon gets attached to his big blind here. Unlikely.
No. He's folded. So Lum will pick up his second pot of the day. He's just taken the blinds down both times, but that's what keeps him there. He's kept him at his starting stack.
Yeah.
He's buying the rotation every time. Right, so the button's going to move. Doc will be on the button now. Small blind Moon. Gareth in the big blind and Lum under the gun. So the Doc says I've got a rotation to look at this. Lum with King Jack under the gun. He's counting our chips. Puts the raise in. John's a quick folder. Now he had 9-3 off, 6-4 suited. Oh, and Boza with the bullets.
Trouble ahead.
Trouble ahead. He's in the cutoff. Lama's raised from under the gun. Boza reaching for chips. Now, is he going to flat this or is he going to put the re-raise in? Now there's the re-raising chips counted. And quite a few of them. Making quite a, he looks like that's a quite a substantial re-raise.
Yep, message sent. And we just see.
Yeah, Lam made it, raised at 67. Boza's gone 182.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Lam will think about this. Definitely need a superhero name for Lam. He certainly looks like one. No, he's going to give it up, and I think that's sound. I mean, he's playing against Rosenthal here. David's not going to be trying to.
Look at the talking up going. Go.
Can the commentator call the clock? Okay, so David will pick up 127,000 to the good there. And I'm going to give a little shout out here for Mr. Luke Spolander, who has just sent me a message saying he's busy watching us. Luke is the owner-operator of LMS Electrics down in Malabongwe Drive at InnoSpace, a neighbour of our factory. So to Luke, to his pops, Gary, to Mandy and the rest of the team down at LMS, hope you're having a great day. And the whole tech team here and myself, we wish you well and hope you're enjoying the coverage. LMS for all your electrical needs. If you can't find the number, send me a message, I'll put you in touch. Good people. Okay, back to the table. John Ambrosi under the gun with Jack 4. What's a Jack 4? To change a tyre. They'll go in the muck.
Boza with 5-3 off in the hijack into the muck. Doc can't play those from there. And Moon on the button, Ace King.
Raise 70,000.
Pumps it up to 70,000. Garrett's a quick folder. Lum with King 3 suited in the big blind and he's not going to defend. And wisely so considering that Moon shows him the Ace King. Moon says, you see, look what I'm playing with.
The Moon Man puts his reputation out there for everybody to see.
Yeah, Moon has been the big mover this morning from the bottom of the pile. He had very short stack when he came here, and he's up to 480,000 now.
I don't know if you spotted that. Our leader has 48, second has 38, and third has 28.
Yeah, he's
all the eights.
All the eights. But he's moved up the standings, Moon.
Yeah, and you know, I think you and I said, and we don't have favourites, but we were talking before we came on air, and you know, there's some really good professional players at this table, and there's some other players who've got a chance, and I think we called it the puncher's chance, you know.
Yeah, so I put it into boxing per lay, as Carnival City has always been a boxing place, and I said a player like Moon is your puncher. He's always got that knockout punch available in him.
Yeah, and you know, you can't help but love Moon, of course.
Absolutely.
Mr. Moon. Okay, round to Gareth Edmonds, who's been pretty quiet since that big hand he got involved in. 555,000 behind, so took a little bit of a hit from this morning when he joined the table with 897,000, so he'll get out of the way.
Yeah, he's licking his wounds a little. He's looking for a spot.
And looks like Lum is just called as a
Completed,
check
yeah.
from Johnny Ambrosi.
Yeah, it's been blind on blind action. Lum has flopped to 3.
So 3-2 king, 2 clubs,
If he bets the bottom pair, he's saying if we're heads up and I've hit a pair, I'm going to bet it.
and he'll take this down for sure. And we are back to our list there. Sorry, it went a bit quick there. But Eben is still looking for a spot, eh?
Yeah, even really needs to find spots.
And you know, the Doc is a lovable character, and it's great having him on the TV, you know, on the stream. Good for us, and with respect to the Doc, it's good for us old people as well. We still got it,
yeah,
eh?
there's still old guys have still got something left.
Yeah, and respect is due, of course. Even we get a lot of respect at the table. The good news is he's got position on Bozo.
Yeah, I think he'll be very happy that Bozo's to his right and not to his left.
Yeah, indeed. Because that would be a proper mess up. Of course, when we started the day, Moon was one of the short stacks. So he'd have been happy with his seat placement, looking at the seat draw last night for sure.
Yeah, the other problem Doc has got is a wild card to his left.
Yeah, well, the Moon and the puncher's chance, of course, as we've spoken about. And Doc's going to put it all in here,
The
I
ace,
think.
He's found an ace and he's going to put it all in. He's
Yeah,
looking, the
so,
blinds are approaching him. He's up-
153,000, so a little bit of forward equity. And
He's got it too. It's just up to the big blind now. Oh, he might find a caller here in Fabian. in the
I'm
big
pretty
blind.
sure he's going to find a call.
There we go, insta-call.
Insta-call.
Yeah, and Doc's going to need help. He needs one of the 3-4s. Or a straight possibility on the flop.
And we'll go to the flop cam.
So good luck to both gentlemen.
And Queen, 8,
I
Ace
want
10.
to give some split possibilities for Doc as well. An 8 or a 7 now will split the board as well.
And I need 4.
And you have 4 to take it down. Otherwise, we say goodbye to the good
And
Doc.
we bid farewell to Eben Lottering, better known as the Doc. You were valiant, sir. You represented yourself beautifully, and it's just such a shame that you're no longer at the table. Bozo is appointed himself class monitor.
Yes, he's assisting the dealer there.
He'll be one of the prefect's badge soon. But we'll be having none of that, of course.
Yeah, I think Bozo may have spent more time in the principal's office, but not as a prefect, that's for sure.
Okay, so one of my tech team, Hugo, will now pop out to the table and remove the screen to the left of David. That'll be the screen to the left of David, not the one between him and Fabian. And Hugo will take that screen out and just place it at the back, and that'll just help David with a bit of space. And we'll continue to do this throughout the day, Mark, just to make sure people are comfortable. This is a final table. It is the blue ribbon event, and Hugo has just moved that screen to allow David to have a little bit of room there. So, and incoming is Hugo now, I'm sure.
And we did so in the Grand Slam event as well, and it helps the players and remove some of the reflections there as well.
Yeah, David can't move, but he can certainly, in fact, you see, he's just giving Moon a bit more room there as well.
There you go. Well done, Hugo.
Well done, Hugo. Anything to please. And Moon will be under the gun here. Put your cards in the box, please, Mooney.
He knows. Ace
Ace
King again.
And here we go. Moon will be certainly putting a good chunk of these yellows into the middle. I reckon 75,000 in the middle. So he's got to be sitting, you know, I think he's going to bet over the pot, actually. I can see the chips there. It looks like it's over 100,000.
Yeah, and the more chips Moon gets, the ever talkative Moon, the louder he will become.
Well, Moon and talking chips are synonymous with each other.
Steaming because you folded Queen 9-3.
There's another big word first time on the morning.
Yeah, synonymous.
We'll put that one in the book.
It's folded round. Nobody with anything
I
to
think
fight
he'll
with.
get a bit of respect for that, to be honest.
Bozo, he's only got to beat Bozo now in the big blind.
Bozo doesn't give up his big blind, trust me. He doesn't even want to show us. Put your cards in the box.
Yeah, it's a big raise by Moon. This is the thing that Bozo's looking at.
The tech guys will just get Bozo to put his cards in the box if the dealer will ask him.
And he's called.
Okay, David's got 5-4 suited here in the big blind, and these are ace king crackers for sure.
100%.
David will know that. Moon will actually be full of trepidation now on the basis that Bozo has just called him off. And this is 233,000 in the middle
Yeah,
here.
it makes a big pot
There's
straight
a
away
quarter
with
of a million in the middle already.
a big raiser from Moon.
And that is what Bozo called for. The only downside is all those diamonds.
All the diamonds, but you see the
As soon
diamonds
as Moon
score,
checks
score
back
Moon.
here, he's got a problem.
Yeah, the diamond scared Moon straight away.
I think this is a good check again.
No,
No?
Bozo's going to bet it.
There's
Yes.
233 in the middle. That's got to be 100 plus, eh?
Yeah, and it's tough for Moon to continue here now. He's got ace high, but he knows, look, any of those cards there
Trust
are,
me, Moon
are
can
in-
put this all in here. Trust me.
Yeah, it's in Bozo's range there. He knows that. Look at the eyes flipping up at Bozo. Moon's looking, he's reaching.
Oh, he doesn't believe Bozo. That's the first thing.
He's counting how much he's got.
I tell you, Moon is quite capable of re-raising and putting this in.
Yeah, he's capable of playing ace king as if it was aces.
I know. He's took his hand off the trigger. Let's see.
Talking to Bozo now.
So on the stream, James Parker. Good morning, James. He said, I wish I was there. Bozo for the win. Well, let's see. There's a big hand brewing here at the moment. We'll see if he is
James
for the
is
win.
in the UK as far as I know.
Possibly, don't know.
So shout out to James.
Moon's trying to get information out of David Rosenthal here. That's a difficult thing to do. He doesn't even talk to me. We're not on a table.
Yeah, you're trying to get blood from a stone, Moon.
Just kidding,
And
David.
he folds the ace king. And Bozo says to him, good fold. He's going to show him a 5.
Diamond NI. I didn't have diamond NI.
So, half a truth.
He said, I didn't have diamond.
Oh, I thought he said I had a diamond and I hit.
Yeah.
Well, then he did tell the truth. He said I didn't have diamonds and I hit. And he's absolutely right, he did. And Moon is officially the small stack with 12 big blinds.
Yeah, I think Mooney was asking me, were you on a flush draw, this, that. Yeah, a lot of banter. Moon says, if any one of my two cards, the ace or the king was a diamond, it was all in.
Exactly.
Right, we move on to the next hand. Gareth will be under the gun. Moon will go into the big blind.
On the flopper for sure.
Queen 7 suited for Gareth under the gun. Problem is position there. Lum's a quick folder. 5-4 off. Round to John Abrosi. Pocket kings, Gary.
Good man, Johnny boy. Let's see what you do. The two red ones.
There's 3, 5, 7 on it.
And Moon and Bozo are still talking the hand up.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, Johnny's sizing his raise. Remember, blinds are up. It's 30,000 for the big blind now.
So what was the sizing here?
80,000.
80,000.
Okay, so 50 on top.
Bozo with Queen Jack off in the small blind. Let's go, Moon. Let's quickly go of Jack 5 off. And Johnny says, oh well, I picked up the blinds. I would have liked a bit more value for my kings.
And that will be that.
And there's the standings now. Bozo with 1.2 million. And John Abrosi just behind with 983. Bozo will be on the button. Gareth in the big blind and Num under the gun for the next hand. So Gary, there's now 75,000 rand in that pot. The dead money, just
dead
at
money.
the
Yeah,
round.
but the blinds has just gone up to 15,000, 30,000 with 30,000 on the big blind ante. So yeah.
So Lum with 10-9 off under the gun. It's going to fold. John Abrosi King Jack off. Fabian phones the Queen 3. Yeah, we got a shout out here from Buttercup. He says, Bozo for the win. Come on, you maniac, you. Oh, Buttercup, yeah. Bozo from the button's going to raise the King 8 suited. Moon's a quick folder. Gareth's woken up with Ace King suited in the big blind. As I welcome our CEO, Mark Joseph again. Nice to see you. Good morning, Mark.
Morning, Mark. How you doing?
Well, thanks, and you?
Good, thank you. Nice final table this morning. I see the Doc Urban Lottering bust out. Can you tell me about the hand?
Yeah, we lost the Doc. He found the ace from early position. He shoved the ace 4, and Fabian in the big blind found ace 10 suited and called him off.
Okay.
And the board brought no help for the Doc. Right, so Gareth shoved to the raise of Bozo, then has taken down the pot.
Oh, okay, I missed that already.
Right, Bozo is still on top there with over a million chips. John O'Brosey has made some good moves this morning. He's on 983, just under the million mark.
I saw Bozo and John got into a hand a little bit earlier, where John had opened up with King Queen. Bozo defended Jack 7 of diamonds, and he flopped a Jack 10 out. The ball came like sort of 10 Jack 3, I think.
Turn came 10 Jack 3, checked it.
Turn came another 3, and the river came another 10. I think Johnny called him King High, right?
Yeah, he called him King High because what he did is he said to him, and it was the reasoning we went through, that he didn't factor that Bozo had an ace, otherwise he would have probably 3-bet.
No, absolutely.
So he thought maybe we're splitting here, or maybe my King High's ahead.
Yeah, I saw him counting out some chips as well. Looked like he was going to raise it, and then Bozo would have been quite a tough position there.
Right, so in the cutoff, Bozo with a King Jack. We've had some lovely play already on this table this morning. John made a very strong move with the pocket threes. I don't know if you saw that hand, Mark.
Yeah, Mark, I did see that hand, and I think Gareth had fives, right?
Yeah, Gareth had
and Fabian
fives.
folded ace queen out the big blind.
Yeah, Fabian was in a tough spot because it went raise, re-raise.
I saw
So
that hand.
he would have had to commit his whole tournament life on the ace queen off.
I saw that hand. Looks like Moon Khan made a few moves this morning and got his stack up into sort of middle position.
Yeah, he's made a lot
Oh,
of
he's at
moves.
the bottom now again.
Yeah, but the thing is, he just lost a very big hand to Bozo that you may not have seen.
Oh, definitely.
He raised with ace king off, and Bozo defended in the big blind with 5-4 suited. The board came with a 5. It went check, but it was 3 diamonds. Neither of them had a diamond. The turn Bozo led out. Moon tanked for a long time and had to fold.
I don't know what it is.
Sure, he folded ace king face, open. He said, if I had a diamond, I'm in. And so he lost quite a few chips to Bozo in that hand. Right, so Fabian Deppi's under the gun.
First stack will be Bozo. Oh, sorry. Fabian under the gun with King Jack. That's quite strong. Six-handed now, all of a sudden.
Yeah, with the loss of the Doc, we're down to 6 players. And Fabian hasn't played a hand for a while.
It looks like he's reaching out for some chips here.
So once again, Mark, I think you're very pleased with the turnout this week, and I see you had a satellite going out there this morning.
Yeah, we've just done so many things just to try and get some people in the game, and these little satellites have turned out to be really cool. People just coming down to play, and of course people come down to play in the satellite just thinking what they'll do, and then when they're down here they think, oh well, I'm here, I might as well buy in.
Yeah, I know the psychology that you use with it. They've travelled all the way. I saw Shafi out there now, and he says he's here to play, so he probably, if he doesn't make it in the set, he might stay for the event afterwards, which is the hope.
I see on the stream now that hand that we were discussing is popping up with John and Gareth at the fives.
Yeah, the half hour delay, so the viewers in half an hour's time will hear our commentary on it. But yeah, we've got a hand developing as well. John O'Brosey in the big blind with pocket sixes.
Is he just defended? That's
Yeah,
quite
he's just
interesting based
flatted
on his last performance with the threes.
I think it's because Fabian raised from under the gun.
Okay, so John's well ahead here. And Fabian's picked himself up a gut shot, but it's not a very good flop for John. I mean, there's 2 overs, two decent size overs to
Absolutely.
his hand, and Fabian could have
And he has checked.
can certainly represent any of those.
Yeah, I think it's the queen that will scare John the most, not really
So
the
looks like
9
Fabian's coming out here betting about 92, I think.
in that region.
87. 87's the number. John's taking a look down his stack. John's played great poker this week. Okay, there we go.
Very
He
good
puts in
poker,
the
yeah.
fold.
Shows the sixes. Fabian just says to him, good fold. John's played some superb poker. You know, if you think in 1 week space of time that he won your warm-up event, he came second in the Monster Freeze, and Yuri is in the top 6 in your main event.
Yeah, no, Johnny's playing well, and good for him. He puts his fair share in.
Yeah, he's a good, solid player, and you know, very well loved by everybody, John and Rosa.
He's a lovely guy.
Lovely couple.
Rosa, always on the rail, always near him.
Yeah. Like two lovebirds, they're never separated.
He'll be off the rail, he'll be out the chair after his small blind. You're going to tell Rosa I had sixes, having to explain, because she'll tell him you're wasting the chips.
He's bleeding off the chips here. Right, so Boza will be under the gun.
Right, so Boza 6-2 off. That'll get him to the bin. Next up is Moon, who has got Queen 8 of hearts. You know, for Moon, that's a pretty looking hand.
Yeah, that's a premium hand for Mooney.
Yeah, absolutely, very pretty. Anything suited and slightly connected will be something Moon likes to play, and they seem to be folding pretty quickly around. Lum folding the 2-3 out the button.
So just a Fabian in the big blind, he'd probably have to let that go as well.
John had a nice looking hand there, 5-8 of spades.
Yeah, but he's got that Fabian behind him.
Yeah.
But I've got bad cards, eh? Yes, I've got bad cards.
Yeah, and Moon will get that one through.
Yeah, it's not a bad hand. You know, we are playing 6-handed. You need to be active, otherwise you will certainly get caught up in
Yeah, no, if
the rotations.
If you look at Moon with 386,000, he's only got 12 bigs. You know, and as good as your structure is, the blinds have crept up there because we had a long time on the bubble last night.
Absolutely. But I mean, the blinds are 12. The blinds are currently 1530. Is that right?
Yeah, 1530.
1530. And I tell you, with Moon's 364,000, it's very difficult for anyone to just call those off quickly. So, as short as it may seem,
It's gonna hurt somebody.
your chip leader's only
you.
at 1.2. So that's pretty much a third of his stack. So Boza and Moon
They still at it over that end.
are having a little bit of banter here. Right, Moon to speak first under the gun. Let's see if he puts those
Suited
bullets on the
ace
2
10.
cards. Right, the bullets will come out. Where's the bullets this morning? Have you
I don't
seen
know,
them?
he hasn't had them on the table because they are metal. They're not supposed to be on the RF reader table.
Oh, that's probably. He
Gary-
was probably instructed, please
Yeah.
take them off.
Gary let him get away with it the other day because of where he was sitting. They weren't interfering, but I think he's been told, look,
Right,
it's-
Moon has moved all in, and someone will have to have something really premium to have to call him here. And even any.
well, I'm with
any
the same hand, but
yeah,
not
no,
suited.
so Lum will be folding. There's absolutely no doubt. Even any like sort of medium pocket pair would be very.
I think hard pressed to call if you've got 9s or
Absolutely.
8s.
I think Jackson up would probably be.
Oh, there goes Johnny
John
Orlin.
Ambrosi,
He's got
kings.
the kings.
Yeah.
And the good news for him is that there have now been 2 other aces folded. Because Lum folded an ace and Fabian's with ace 3 off. So there's only
Yeah.
one ace that we
And
haven't
a couple
seen.
of tens.
And if he finds 10s, but Lum folded a 10 as well.
So
So Mooney's in a bit of bother here. He's going to need a lot
in a
of
bit of
help.
bother. Yeah,
And he's looking for diamonds.
Yes, that's what he's looking for.
All right, so we go to the flop. Good luck to both gentlemen.
Yeah, and that's a
Yeah,
really
and there's
bad
now
flop
one
for
out
Moon,
only
and,
for Moon.
And
And the 9 is no. Now he's got straight possibility.
He has
The
got a
8s have
possible
now
straight.
come up.
8 or an ace.
A 10 is
And a
no
10,
help to him. And
no
we're
help
going
to
to
him, and that sees the end of Moon.
bid farewell to Moon. Well played, sir. And Moon will be out of there in 6th spot. And he will take back 35,700 Rand for his troubles. So well played by Moon for the week. He spun up his stack quite well this morning from the short stack that he was. But he's run into a big hand from John, and John picks up a lot of chips there. He may well have moved into the chip lead with that hand.
I'm pretty sure he's very, very close.
But we'll get the chip counts now when we move to the next hand. Unfortunately for Moon, he was drawing very thin with the hands that were folded
We're
by the other
exposed already,
players.
yeah.
I'm not liking the pattern of exits here because it's going.
Fabian talking up the dynamics with Boza.
He says he's quite liking the pattern, which will leave him second last. So basically telling Gareth that he should be up
Yeah, you
next.
should be next, and I'm going to be heads up with you, Bozo.
Yeah, and like, you know, just based on track records this morning and looking at the chip counts, Bozo was the favourite this morning, absolutely without a doubt. He would have been the bookmaker's favourite. against this very strong, like toughish field. But I mean, just his experience
Yeah, no,
would have just definitely been in his favour in these positions. You know, he's just played so many final tables and played them so well and won so many times.
well, that's what
So-
we were saying, Mark. We said, you know, if you look at him as a racehorse, he's the pedigreed one, he's the thoroughbred.
Absolutely, with
Book-
a few wild
bookmak-
cards in the field
yeah.
here. But so if Fabian's right, and they're going out in that order, the bookmakers would be right because Bozo would be the last out if they went out in the order Fabian was discussing. Right, so Lama's got King Jack under the gun,
And he's raised
and here comes John Abrosi with Ace Queen,
and suited.
and he's got 1.3, so he's probably sharing the chip lead with
Bozo.
Bozo. And has John re-raised this, or has he just flatted this off?
Call.
It looks like he's just flattered, which is quite surprising. I think the under the gun raise, I don't know if Johnny's getting trickier or if he's just decided, I've just accumulated all the shifts, let me flat this off.
Yeah, that's 5-handed. That's a pretty indifferent play by John, I would have think. Definitely based on the plays he's made earlier this morning with those pocket threes.
And
I
the
would
other
have expected
plays.
him. Yeah. Right, so Gareth has got Queen 9. I really don't know what he's thinking.
But he's,
And that's one of John's outs.
he's thinking, I've got to call 40,000 into a 215k pot to defend my big blind.
Yeah, and there he goes. He's away.
Right, so we go heads up to the flop. With Johnny quite well out in front there. And there's the king straight away.
So Salam hits the front here.
And he's going to bet it. And John's a quick fold. He shows him the hand. And gets shown the
Lam
king.
just shows the king. And
The cautious approach by John
Yeah, you
has
know,
cost
if
him
you-
less chips.
if John re-raises that pre,
I think Lum folds. He folded king jack.
Absolutely.
He's folded king jack twice already to a re-raise.
absolutely.
So yeah, I think there's and now it makes them level pegging. John's just slightly ahead of Boza because we're putting it at 1.2, but it's 1.2 something.
Yeah, no, they're all.
So
They're very, very,
So it's
very
neck and
even.
neck at the top there.
And it looks like Lum in third position.
Yeah,
With
Lum's in third
26
position.
bigs. Who's
Gareth-
the short stack here?
The short stack is Fabian and Gareth.
Are they sort of
they're
equal?
pretty level pegging as well. So under the gun, John Abrosi to speak. Boza's cards will be shown and then mucked. He's not at the table. Fabian with 8-5 suited in cutoff. He doesn't have Boza to his left.
Yeah,
So
that
he's,
makes.
he's not considering, I'm actually basically on
So
the
Buzz
button
will be folding, and Gareth picks up jacks.
in the small blinds. He's got 550,000.
Yeah, it's out the small blind, so he'll definitely be raising Lum's big blind here. And Lum, for Lum's sake, I hope he doesn't find a raggy ace that will make him defend, because he will find himself in a bit of trouble.
Oh, there goes the big raise. And Lum,
And Lum immediately into the bin.
snap fold.
And
10-7
there
off.
we go.
Yeah. Lum is looking at his cards a long time before.
You already missed the one.
Right, so Gareth picks up a welcome pot there. These are chip counts. Johnny out on top with 40 bigs. Boza virtually level pegging with 39 bigs.
John Short is.
Fabian with 532. And Gareth also picking that pot up will have a fraction more. And Lum's sandwiched in the middle between. So we've basically got the two out at the top, John and Boza with over 1 million, 1.2 million. Then we got Fabian and Gareth fairly close, and Lum sort of sandwiched in the middle chip stack wise. Fabian folds king 10 under the gun.
And Bozo picks up a raggy ace.
He'll raise from there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 5-handed now. He's going to be playing pretty much all his aces, and he's good enough to play them all.
He knows exactly how to play them.
He's good enough. He knows now that guys have got some RCM thoughts in their minds, and it'll be very difficult to play from here. Gareth will get rid of that 9-6 pretty quickly.
Lum
And
folds
Lum
quickly.
4-3, and John 6-4 of clubs. He may,
He's going to fold that quickly.
I myself personally may have been tempted to defend with that, based on the fact that the player I'm playing against has got a stack the same size as mine, and if I find my hand, I could certainly be the chip leader, especially for something that's ropey and catches both of them.
And also the price that you were given to
Yeah,
call in.
absolutely.
You know, I'm a bit nittish sometimes, but I think I like to defend those suited connectors
I
in the
think
big
that's a
blind.
lovely hand playing 5-handed when you have a nice big chip stack.
Yeah, and if you don't flop it well, then you can get rid of it. It doesn't cost you a lot.
You need to troll a little bit, get a few soldiers out there and win some battles.
Right, so Bozo under the gun now, having picked up that previous pot. He's got 10-4 suited.
I feel like Bozo's going to, like 5-handed, this is like absolutely right in his wheelhouse now.
He's going to start bullying.
Absolutely. Just
There it
looking
goes.
around at the table, he's just going to be thinking, I can just start getting a lot of things through, and Bozo's going to start
There he
just
goes.
pushing around here.
10-4 suited.
And this is where the pedigree comes through, because they were only going to play him with premium hands. The dynamic of this table really doesn't allow any of them to play back unless they have something decent. The one player I think that can get funky with him is the player on his right, and that's Fabian.
Yeah, Fabian can. And John has shown this morning that he's prepared to make plays
Yeah,
at people.
but I think John picks his opponents.
Yes, he won't. He's avoiding Bozo,
Yeah, I don't think he'll try and.
which is pretty smart
No,
until they
absolutely,
get
it's pretty smart.
closer down.
You have to pick those that you think that you can play pretty good against. But I tell you now, this final table's under pressure because
Yeah, Bozo's
Bozo's going to start emptying out now. He will definitely start pushing them around. He's going to be opening a lot of hands now. It doesn't really matter what he has.
Yeah, they're in danger of being running over by a freight train. Yeah.
So, and that's where all the experience comes in. And obviously, not only the experience, his ability. You know, Bozo David has a lot of ability at this game.
Very much so.
You know,
So
he
Gareth
gets
under
very
the
good
gun there.
reads. Right, Lum's looking at those like he's
Ace 2 suited.
Gonna
He hasn't
play with
played a
him.
hand for a while.
and you know, he'll be thinking it's Bozo's big blind, and he knows that Bozo will probably defend.
Yeah, Bozo put him on warning early. He said, I'm
I
giving you
saw
one.
very first hand, right?
Yep, first hand he put him on warning. Yeah, and he's defended every single blind since then. He warned them, I'm doing it, and he has. So we go to Bozo. He's got 7.
Seven,
That was a
okay,
Brosy that folded 7-6. We need the graphics to just catch up a little.
Right.
Fabian folded
And
4-2.
Bozo are going to come out and defend again with Jack 7.
Yeah.
Lum will be feeling a little bit broken. Or not Lum, John had, it was Jack 7 against John earlier.
Correct.
And
There's nothing for Bozo there.
nothing for Bozo. Lum will
Lum
not.
will continue.
And then Bozo's folded
Yeah,
already.
he's folded quickly. So there's one for Lum. The Jack 7 didn't work this time for Bozo. But he's made his intentions clear. I'm defending my big blind, and I'm going to be putting pressure on every other hand. You see now he's moved out in front, 1.3 million.
Yeah,
Fabian's getting into a little bit of a danger zone there. He's down to 15 bigs.
I still don't think it's dangerous. Honestly,
Oh,
I
it's
just think that
dangerous.
the amount of chips, you know, he has 450,000 chips. It's so difficult for anyone to call them unless they have a premium hand. If he gets them in the middle pre, for example.
No, I agree. If he gets them in pre,
I said that about Moon, and he walked into Kings. You know,
Yeah,
that was pretty
it's
much one of the only hands that could call in there.
it's a pretty much cool. He's found ace 10 suited. They were short-handed, 6-handed. He's put the money in. He runs into kings.
So, you know, I think Fabian has tons of play with that stack.
Right, it's folded round to Bozo. It's on the button. He's going to let the button go this time.
And Gareth will
He
get a nice
actually
walk
let
with
the
King
small
Knight.
blind go. Our graphics aren't quite right there. Bozo wasn't on the button. If we can ask our guys to just fix that, please.
Bozo on the button now.
Yeah, Bozo's on the button now. There's our chip counts.
Jack 6 is a bad hand.
Naeem sitting quite comfortably there with 784 in the middle. So Bozo will be on the button.
Yeah, a few.
Gareth in the small blind, Lum in the big blind, and John under the gun. Action moves around pretty quickly now, Mark.
Yeah, no, it's short-handed, and it'll get around. They've got a very good dealer at the table as well. He'll keep this game going pretty quickly.
So he
Right,
gets
John O'Brazy's got 10-9 under the gun. I presume he's going to fold that. And Fabian 6-5. That'll go into the bin, and doesn't matter what Bozo's got. He will raise from the button.
Yeah, and he's got a
10.
nice hand on the
Yeah,
button.
there's no doubt. It doesn't really matter what he has.
Yeah, obviously.
He's certainly going to be raising from the button. Doesn't matter what he gets.
85,000.
Up to Gareth. Can't do anything with that.
That'll be good. And the way Lum's standing there, those cards will be gone.
Yeah, like I said to you, Lum's looking at his cards very early.
Yeah.
And he's giving the body language to the
yeah,
players
he
of
gives
whether
the
he's
posture.
folding.
Yeah, his postures are a little bit of a tell at the moment.
Right, you see now Boza's starting to stretch out.
Yeah, no, he's...
Right, so we move on to the next hand. Gareth will be now on the button. John will be in the big blind with Fabian under the gun. I spoke to Boza last night and he said he was pretty happy with his play this week. And he said he thought he played particularly well yesterday.
Bozer's a great player. He's been playing pretty well. He does have his days. I suppose all poker players have their days where they feel they're not really playing that well.
Right, so Fabian under the gun with the queen 8 off. His biggest problem is that he's got Boza's to his left. Boza with the 7-2 off in the cutoff. Yeah, let that one go. Gareth on the button with king 8.
Lum, from what I see, has a hand. The way he's just leaning into the table, I feel like Lum has something reasonable.
Yeah, you know Lum very well, and you pick up on his body language. And Gareth wants to raise his button, so he's got king 8 off. He's raising the button. Blum folds quickly.
Okay, what do I know about Lum?
7-3 off. Maybe Lum is using a bit of psychology there.
Yeah, he got me.
And John has to give up his big blind. He had
7-3, so Gareth picks
and
up the plants.
9-4 off.
Another rotation.
Buys a rotation. Lum on the button. Johnny in the small, Fabian in the big, and Boza under the gun. Right, Mark, we spoke a little bit yesterday that we'll be probably returning at the end of January, February. I don't suppose you finalised those dates yet.
They haven't been finalised, but they're certainly on the cards, and they've been put into a diary. We just need to just obviously sort out our...
So you've got tentative dates for in that area.
So I just need to sort out our business here. But I would think we are going to start on the 31st. No, I apologise, I'm at the wrong... the 29th of January.
And run sets before that, I would imagine.
29th of January, and we will... that series will start on the 29th of January and run right through to 7th of February.
All right, and meanwhile, Boza under the gun is raised with the Kojak. Gareth folds, Lum folds, John in the small with 9-4 can't do anything. So around to Fabian, he's got 8-6 in the big. 55,000 to call into a pot of 160, he folds. And Boza gets another one through.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's very nice that we're going to be returning quite shortly after having had this long break of no poker, Mark.
Yeah, well, look, there's another series coming up at Empress Palace in a week or two's time. So, you know, the players certainly won't be starved of any poker from now until then.
Yeah, but post-Christmas then we'll have something to look forward to.
Absolutely. And I would expect that series will be fairly decent at Empress Palace, as you know, that series was actually scheduled for March, and obviously the pandemic switched that off. So I would think they've got a lot of satellites and things that are in the bank.
Yeah, a lot of players that have won seats already. I know quite a few that have.
I'd expect that to be fairly busy, and you know, the busier poker gets the better for everyone.
Agreed.
It's you know, it's something that we need to happen. Anyway, Fabian picks up Queen 9 of spades here, and he's going to look at that hand, and he's going to like it quite a lot.
He's just completing. He's not raising Boza. He's a bit tentative against Boza.
Oh, and Boza. Oh wow, same
identical hands. So only the spades really helping you. So now the aggressor is going to take this hand down. It's gone check. No help on the turn for either, obviously. It's gone check again. The river is no help. It's gone check, and
chop.
Boza, how do you call
those?
A little humour.
And there goes the hand chop.
Players enjoying a little moment of humour there. Yeah,
Even Fabian's seems to be a little bit wary of Bozo.
he was very tentative there.
Yeah, I think if it was another player to his right, he might have.
I know Fabian well. He would have raised the
He would
queen
have
nine
raised
suited.
that. So Bozo's table image is definitely, and his ability
Yes.
is definitely putting him in a very, very strong position right now. I think that all
Little fearful of him,
don't
some of
want
the
to
players.
toy with him. So it looks like Lum is under the gun, but he won't be there
I think I'm gonna call it.
to act under the gun.
Yeah, I think Mark, I think in the February Monster Jam, you'll run a few more satellites. I think with the late start for this one, you only had a week sets that you could really run. So you probably run week sets for 2 weeks or so.
Yeah, we probably run some sets for at least 2 weeks, I would think.
Which will be nice for all the players. Give them an opportunity, give everybody's pocket a chance, give everybody a chance to get in. You know that I've always managed to set in by your sets here. It's only this week I was going to be in the commentary booth, so I didn't play any sets. I always enjoy your satellites. It helps those with the slightly shorter pockets.
Right, so I think so did Lum open here?
Yeah,
Under the gun, and Gareth is going to defend out the big blind with ace 7. Right, so Lum hits the flop, and he will bet that pretty hard.
actions on Gareth. Now he checks. Lum reaches straight away. He's not going to mess around.
70,000 out there.
90?
Oh, 90.
Yeah, because it's under his pot, so I'm leaving it. And probably would
And Gareth giving this a little bit of thought. I can't see Lum folding this hand in a hurry.
No, he's not going to fold that hand in a hurry.
So Gareth is giving it a bit of thought. He's given up a lot of hands a lot easier than this. So
I don't know if he's considering making a play against Lum here.
I think he's going to find himself in a world of trouble if he
Yeah,
does.
he does
Because
the wise
I
thing.
just can't see Lum.
Oh, Lum with top pair, he's not folding there.
I don't think he's going to fold that. You
That's
know, Lum will try play that out and think, well, if he had anything good, if he had like ace jack
Yeah.
in that position, he would have re-raised me. Then he's got to put him on queen jack, king jack. You know, a bunch of hands, but I just can't see Lum at this stage of the tournament just putting those chips down.
No, Lum's not putting top pair down in a hurry.
They're playing for 48,000 now.
Yeah, James has responded to earlier comments from him. He says, yes, he is in the UK. It's cold and wet there.
Who's that? James Parker.
James Parker,
Hello,
yes.
my matey James. Haven't seen you in a while. I hope things are well that side. I know you guys are in a pretty hard lockdown at the moment, so it can't be good for your poker
Yeah, I've
fun times.
kept up with James, and he's played quite a lot of events over in the UK and that, and around
He's done
Europe,
some well.
and he's done well.
Yeah,
He's
I
done
followed
very
him
well.
a lot. He's played a lot of the poker style live events and things.
He's done very well.
Yeah.
Right, so Fabian with pocket fives here, moved all in. And as you said, with that stack, not easy to call.
Not easy for anyone to.
Somebody needs something really premium to call him off. Lummy's having a think,
Yo, I made a little bit of a look there.
and he folds. Oh,
Yeah,
he had nine.
I
He was
see.
posturing. He was
John?
posturing.
Oh, John.
Yeah, now John's posting his next big blind.
Okay.
Lum was in the big blind there. So Fabian will be under the gun now. He picked up that pot. And it's a healthy size pot to pick up now. It's 75k every time you just take down the blinds and the antes. And you know, we spoke about the whole dynamics and that, and five-handed now posting that big blind ante. There's a lot in the pot then. It hurts the players a lot more. Costing you a lot more per rotation.
At aces.
Right, so Fabian under the gun.
At aces. I want to allow it. At aces.
Somebody at aces that's not going to lie.
No, he's talking about an earlier hand when Lum raised with King Jack, and Bozo 3-bet him with aces. And they're
so
talking
Bozo
about the
did
hand
have
now.
aces,
And
okay.
basically, the 30 minutes has passed, so he would have picked it up already. And he said, I did have aces. Why am I going to lie now? You can go and look. Right, so it's folded round. Bozo's raised. We can't with the ace-8 in cutoff. Gareth 4-2 on the button, can't defend at all. Lum quick folder 7-6 suited. And now he has trouble.
Hoppa.
Ace King suited. The second biggest chip stack. John Abrosi with Ace King suited. Bozo's raised from cutoff.
So Bozo made it? Oh, wow.
All in.
Wow. John didn't even...
So asking how many chips is it?
John didn't even let this go to chance.
No. Bozo taps the table, gives it up quickly.
Wow.
But
Worst part is this like the
There-
best hand I raised you with. Oh, nice. Yeah.
Bozo says to me, oh, nice hand. Yeah, the thing with Johnny, what we've picked up already this morning, he's picked on playing against the other players at the table, and he's been staying a little bit out of Bozo's way. So he thought, I'm out of position on this hand, I'm just going to put it all into all 5 cards with Ace King suited. But he had a big stack, John. So he says, I'll just take what you've raised me with and leave it at that.
Sure, why not?
I know you would have played it differently.
Oh, it's easy to say that sitting here. I'm just not entirely sure that. I mean, it's also easy because we know what Bozo's got, you know?
Exactly that.
So,
Exactly that.
but I think
He's taken
I
more.
think John needed to pretty much raise that 5x from there. And,
I think it would have had
and-
the same
and-
effect. I think Bozo probably folded
Yeah,
anyway.
but at least he gives himself a little bit more.
Wiggle room.
Yeah, I think. Anyway, John has been very successful of late, so you know, there's certainly nothing wrong within the manner that he's played that.
Yeah. There's somebody that you know giving a shout out to Fabian Mock. It's Drew.
Oh wow!
Well, Drew giving a shout out to Fabian. He says, "Go Fabian boy." I actually saw him a little while ago at a vet, believe it or not, of all places. I was with my partner and she had an animal that she was taking in, and he was there with some of us. So it's nice to see him there.
So John takes down the blinds and the antes from the small blind,
You see
and he's catching up a little bit.
Yeah, he's leveling back up to Bozo, and the others are just floating around about their same stacks. They're just moving up and down. Bozo and John have picked up the chips basically from the players that got knocked out.
Yeah, you know, when it sort of gets short-handed like this, and you know, there's not too much action in terms of flops. It's generally
A lot of
raise, fold,
pre-flop
fold.
action.
Not too much pre-flop action. Not too many flops, should I say?
Not much post-flop action.
Yeah.
So mainly pre-flop. Right, so we move on to the next hand. Gareth's under the gun. He folds. 6-3 off. Lum in the cutoff with a queen 8. He's folded. It's round to John on the button. John's reaching for chips. He's got the
He's
hooks.
got jacks. This will be quite interesting, especially after
The ace king shove.
and Bozo's made it clear that he's
There you
defending his
go.
big blind all day. Looks like 90. Was that 100?
We'll get the sizing. 85 to call, so he's made it 115.
He's made it 100, yeah.
Yeah, 100.
From the rules just because I love you. Just so you know.
Bozo with jack 2 off, he can't defend.
Right, Mark, that's me out. I'm going to make way for
Mark,
Gary.
nice to see you again.
You too.
Hopefully we'll catch up
Yes,
again before we
absolutely.
leave.
Cheers.
Thank you very much for your co-commentary. Right, so we move on to the next hand. John's picked up a lot of premium hands here. He's had pocket kings, he's had ace king suited, and he just had the hooks. Quite a few big hands while Gary's been out of the commentary booth.
In a row. The third one in a row.
We move on to our next hand,
Won the previous two.
and we'll welcome Gary back once he's settled in and seated. And Lum will be under the gun. Right, Lum folds 10-9 off under the gun. Folded round to John. He lets go of his hand quite quickly. He had Jack 7 off. Fabian with 9-8 on the button. Bozo in the small blind. Got Queen Jack suited. Now he's definitely going to raise and put pressure on Gareth. And he reaches for chips. Bozo sized out the raise. He puts it in.
Raise 125.
So Bozo's raised with the Queen Jack suited into Gareth's big blind. He's got Queen 5 off. And Gareth will fold and Boza will pick up another pot.
I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back, Gary.
I'm just checking Mark hasn't broken anything or
Yeah,
stolen anything.
He hasn't broken anything, and we did update your payout sheet when Moon went out in 6th place.
Well, there you go. You've got the job. You've qualified.
Yeah, I'm worried about that one strike and out, Gary. The sort of Damocles is hanging.
No, we're not that bad. We just cut people up and eat them. So
Well,
what's going on the stream?
Yeah, we've picked up a couple, and James came back. He said yes, he's in the UK, cold and wet.
Sorry for you.
Drew sent a shout out, which we've done. The only one we haven't done is the bottom one.
Okay, so Travis Level says, "Come on, Moon, let's go." 6-9 the nuts. Well, as you say, that's his online name. Unfortunately,
That has passed that hand, and Mooney has departed since.
and Fabian's all in here with King Queen.
Yeah, after
David's going to have to call him off here.
yeah.
I'm actually surprised David's thinking about it.
So Fabian's open shove from cutoff with the
Dave's definitely calling me here.
yeah, Bozo's called. It's announced call. It's folded round, and the hand open, and we go to the flop, and we're in a race. So good luck to both gentlemen.
53-47 are your percentages. Good luck indeed to both of the guys concerned. This is a make or break. There's $1 million in the pot here, huh?
Yeah. It's a
Okay,
big,
so,
big hand for Bozo, this too.
Spade's not working for anybody. The overcard not working. The clubs are not working either. So it's pictures or nothing.
And Fabian departs. Very well played this week again.
And Fabian will pick up 48,195 South African rands. So well done.
And Bozo now approaching the 2 million mark, Gary.
Yeah, pivotal, pivotal.
That was a pivotal hand for Bozo. As you said, if he wins that, he's up to 2 million. He loses that, he's down to $500,000.
You know, and I don't know if anybody who's listening, well, most of our listeners were listening the other day when David was sat next to me. He's always said, you know, Carnival's never been a happy hunting ground for him in terms of the main event, and he wanted to put the record straight.
Well,
So
he's made
he-
a statement.
So he's made a major step forward in actually achieving that. So we will get our friend. Okay, David is going to start moving now. He's got the idea. He's moving the screens for us.
No, I'm saying just
Right, so we'll just watch as the players get shuffled around, make themselves a little bit more comfortable. We're down to four-handed now.
So the situation was that Johnny wanted to move, and we don't mind him moving, but if he moves his chips, if he stops using box 4, we have to reset all our computers. So he can sit where he wants, just put your cards in box 4. That's where it gets to.
That's the bottom line.
And Johnny's in the zone, he'll just keep using box 4, it just gives him a bit more room, that's all.
You know, this morning we spoke and we weren't favouring anyone. We said, you know, we looked at the top 3 stacks were likely to go through to the top 3, and the top 3 stacks from this morning are now in the final 4.
110.
So Boza under the gun with the ace queen. It's raised it to 110,000. Action on Gareth in the button. Let's go the 6-3. Lum in the small blind. He's got queen jack off. And he's looking at that because he knows how wide Boza's range is, but unfortunately for him, Boza's raised with ace queen and he folds. Wisely so. John with the 5-4 suited in the big. Is he going to peel off a flop? He's not going to. Taps the table for Boza. Boza takes down the hand, shows.
So, you know, if we get a bit of a big cooler here, you know, we could be home before it's dark.
Yeah, Gary, it's moved on fairly rapidly this morning, although we were already approaching 12:30, so we've been here for an hour and a half.
Time flies when you're enjoying yourself, Mark.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Seems like we got here 10 minutes
Well,
ago.
I must tell you, I've been outside patrolling as I do. I did watch this. A lot of the hands that went on. Obviously, I didn't have the advantage of having the screen in front of me, so it's interesting watching that dynamic. I've also been across at the One Life tournaments, and obviously the freeze is going to be starting soon. So a lot of the Clive Kikiers, Dobby, Eben, Rudolph Farid, they're all out there still playing.
Okay,
enjoying
the game.
enjoying the reboot series here, and supporting Monster Jam Poker Tour. So thank you to everybody, and a big shout out to all the guys who are still playing out in the small tournaments, and the girls, of course.
Yes.
So Lydia I saw just now. Okay, so what's going on here? It's 40 to call.
I mean, if you raise a number,
So Sean Muscat, the old school representing Bosie and Sheikh Ambrosi, Chess Gary and MJ, great commentary. Thanks for your feedback, brother. Appreciate it. So
Thanks,
sending you the
Shawnee.
best.
He's an old friend of ours as well. And Shiki was John Abrosi's old name online. So
Yep.
that's where that comes from.
The Sheik is doing well.
The Sheikh is doing well. And Gary, as I was saying just now while you were still settling in, this morning we said we weren't favouring anyone, but we looked at the top 3 stacks in the morning and said that they were really in with a shot. And yeah, they are in the final 4.
And the wild card was Lum, and he's also
and he's
here.
there. So it's played out pretty much as we said.
And once again, good luck to all these 4 players. They all deserve the kudos that goes with being the final 4 in a main event. And they're still playing for a chunk of change here, Mark. So
Yeah, they played for quite a bit, and then that
pay jumps are significant now. Everybody's guaranteed 60,000 and some change. The
absolutely.
next jump after that is 98,000, which is obviously 30,000 odd. And then the next jump after that is 164,000. Of course, there's a $250,000 up top as well. So, yeah, huge pay jumps coming up.
Yeah, and they're playing for that lovely bit of crystal ware on the right of our screen as well,
Yeah,
which is
and,
very important to the players. A lot, as long as there's as much as the money is.
there are some players who are playing for the money, and some players who are playing for the money and the trophy, and some players who just play for the trophy. The professionals obviously like trophies, but at the end of the day, they're playing for the wages.
Absolutely.
So.
Yeah, but the bragging rights is always there. That's always nice to have. When I spoke to Ahmed the other day, and he said to me straight out, he said, Cole said to me, really wants a trophy, and I said to him, well, you're going to have to take it over my dead body because I want it as well. That's all the trophies he's already got.
Wow.
that is not simple. That's a random.
I like the crystal, I've got to say, too old to worry about money. Okay, so I'm just looking at those blind levels. Gareth has now only got 10 bigs, and then there's 15 and 32.
Yeah, but
and
the blinds
48
haven't gone
top.
up.
So
There's 100k of dead money in the pot there now, every hand, Gary.
that's huge. Huh? It's absolutely huge.
That is monster. If you consider that our big stack has got 2 million, that's 20 bigs. Well, not 20 bigs, 20M.
Yep.
20M, let me correct myself, 20M.
Okay, so Gareth decided that the time has come.
He's gone all in with a 10-9 from the small blind into the big blind. He's wanting to steal. And he gets it through the Queen Jack. Strong play by Gareth there. It's a good strong play by Gareth there from the small blind into the big blind. I think we're going to see a lot more of this now from Gareth in particular.
Yep. So he was on 10 bigs the last time I saw. He's obviously
You see
picked
him?
up a couple of big blinds. Lum is on 13 bigs.
And then we have the jump up to John Stack, and then of course Bozo out in front.
Yeah.
So Bozo will be under the gun.
And at the end of this level, there will be a break. So I don't know if they're chipping up or what they're doing, but David Rosenthal under the gun 4-3. Just get out of the way here. Doesn't need to fight this fight. I mean, he already knows that the guy to his left is now starting to shove.
To flex a bit. Yeah, Gareth's laddered up to this place now.
And the
he's
money's
saying,
going in again
yeah,
here.
I think so. I think it's going to be an open shove from the button there.
Yeah. He's going to be all in.
Here we go. 9-5, folds, 5-4.
That'll get through. That'll get through.
So he's picked up 2 in a row, which is 200,000 rand, 200,000 chips.
Yeah,
Gary.
sure. And David watching very closely here.
Those will be aware there's been a shift in the attitude of young Mr. Edmonds. So I'm going to watch how I play against him now.
Well, you know, to his left, you've got the player who's just shoved twice in a row. You've got Lum who's on 15 bigs. And then you've got the next biggest contender, of course, immediately to your right. So there's no hiding place on the table. Absolutely nothing. Under the gun will be Gareth, so he gets to push again here. Let's see what he picks up. And I think those are going to the muck. He'll take a rest from the all-in brigade. No triangle of death for him this hand. And Lum's already shaking his head and throwing his cards.
Yeah, in disgust. He's looking for something. John with 8-5 suited. Probably going to just
He
complete.
completes. So it's up to David what he's going to do. David's going to raise here for
Yeah,
sure.
for Jack 10 he's going to raise.
Yeah. He's not getting. John's not getting any free cards, that's for sure.
Yeah, and John has shown a propensity this morning not to want to cross swords with Bozo so much.
Tacit understanding, my friend.
Yeah, there we
Tacit
go.
understanding. Tom's looking down at his cards and saying, I don't want Bozo running me over here. Should I have a little try here or not?
It's 110,000 for him to call into a pot of 230.
115 total.
He's asked how much is it going to cost me to see.
115 total.
Yeah, it's 110 more.
I'm going to fold.
And you'll give that up. Well played, Bozo. And very cautious, but well played once again, Mr. John Abrosi.
So the button moves.
Indeed it does. So Lum is now with 12 bigs, Gareth with 15, John with 29 and David with 49. So there's a definite divide between the haves and not haves, but of course anything can change with these blind levels.
Yeah, well the thing is, one of those bottom players doubles up through the other one, they reverse rolls.
And if one of those players doubles up through one of the bigger stacks, it's going to put them into third place, maybe second.
Yeah, it'll move them. You go from $1 million and you give away $500,000, you've reversed. You're the short stack and the other guy's the big stack now.
Yeah. And don't forget that Lum has $500,000 behind. He's not going to be happy with these cards.
No, Lum's looking to play, and he's had very few hands that have been playable and very few spots where he could make a play. Queen 9 suited on the button from John. He might fancy to raise this. He's reaching for chips.
Yeah, John's getting those big green chips out there.
Yeah, quick fold from Bozo.
Those are the 50k chips, I believe.
Oh yeah, we're going to have some action though.
Gareth will shove here.
Four-handed.
Well, shovel fold, there's no calling
Yeah,
here.
there's no calling. You're 100% right. He's not flatting this off.
Well, I wouldn't imagine. It's not a smart play flatting this off. I mean, if he believes Johnny, then and he thinks his ace-10 is no good, then he'll fold. I mean, if he puts John on a pair, he can call. Let's see.
And he's gone all
Yeah,
in.
I thought so. I thought he was shoved with it. It's too strong a hand to be just calling with. And Johnny's been asked the question here.
That's a lot for him to call. It's
Yeah,
nearly,
it's
nearly
half his
half a million
stack.
for
It's
the
half
call.
his stack. He's asked for a count. So Johnny's got to decide, do I want to give this up or do I want to play? Is Queen 9 strong enough against the range that Gareth's been demonstrating?
Yeah.
And, you know, Gareth has not really been put to the test here either. This is his third all-in and it's maybe 5 hands. So nobody's actually answered the question yet. So all these things, factors going through Big Johnny's head. And also it's, I mean, this is a major decision, a pivotal one, given the size of Johnny's stack also.
Yeah, it's a very big decision this.
I actually don't think Johnny can call this off.
I don't know, you
That's my opinion.
call off $500,000, which is half your stack with Queen 9.
So that is my prediction. I might be wrong, but I think John's played cautiously but well, and I think calling off half his stack with Queen 9 suited It's just, I mean, the fact that he put the raise in was because he was on the button and he had to just get through 2 more players.
What did it?
Let's see.
442. Yeah.
So David's just keeping everybody in line here. That's David Rolfe, our tournament director.
462.
Not a fault. There we go. Shows him the ace-10. John shakes his head as if he made a bad fold.
Now, he just couldn't call off half his stack there. I mean, he's worked too hard.
And he
And
folded the ace-queen suited when he was 4-bet shoved by Moon last night. So
Let me just remind people at home that the pay jump between 4th and 3rd, you know, it's over 35,000 rand.
that's a big jump.
You know, that's a huge ICM consideration. So, you know, 4th place is 60,690 rand. 3rd place is 98,175 rand. And just for completion, the next jump is up to 164,000 and change, and then up top is 228,000 and change. So ICM is definitely a consideration. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, and the thing is, Johnny's 1.1 million chips now after the fold. If he calls and he loses there, he's down to under 600.
Yeah, and that's not where he wants to be.
No, definitely not.
So well played to Gareth, and well played to Johnny. And we move on. Johnny is actually our under-the-gun player now. Just waving to his fan club in the crowd. I think Bozu on the 9-6 might have a cautious approach here and get rid.
He does.
And it'll be some blind-on-blind action.
Look at that, guys.
Gareth with the 5-2 is going to fold, and Lum gets a walk. And he had pocket queens.
Watch his face, watch his face.
Look at him.
You don't need to hear him, you can imagine what he's saying.
He sat there without a hand for a long time waiting. He wakes up with the queens and gets a walk. And look at his frustration.
Okay, Bozo will be our under-the-gun player. This is our hand anniversary, hand number 50. 20, 40, 40 on the big blind ante.
Yeah,
So 100k in the middle before we start.
50 hands for our final table already, Gary. It's flown by quite quickly.
It has indeed. Local time is now 12:41. We started at 11, so we're coming up on the end of our second hour. There will be a break at the end of this level, and it'll probably just be a quick 15-minute comfort break. So we'll see if Jakey can find me a clock in a minute, so we can see how much it's going on the level.
Right. So Bozo's raising with ace-7 suited under the gun.
110 total.
What sizing we got here? 110. So I don't think the button's going to call here. No, he's out of the way. What's Lum got?
Jack-9 suited.
And he's thinking about this.
Oh, you were dusting.
In the muck, in the muck.
And the muck
And
quickly.
David says you were dicing with death there.
Right, so we move on to our next hand. Bozo 2.1, John Abrosi half, that stack 970, Gareth 735, and Naim 509. So Bozo will be in the big blind, Gareth under the gun when play resumes.
Okay, new hand. And Gareth, bottom left of the picture would be your under the gun player. Gareth's got Queen 5 of hearts here, certainly not a playable hand. Lum disgustingly throws away his Queen 7. John Ambrosi with an ace and a small blind, might see a raise here.
He's already announced raise. And Bozo gives it up quickly.
And for everybody out there, there's 18 minutes to run on the level. That'll take us up to just past the hour mark.
Yeah, little comment from Wei Ming Lo there, Gary.
Well done, great job, commentary and stream, Mark, Gary and Jess. Thank you, Way. I thought he was here yesterday, no?
Yeah, he's been in and out all week. He's played a whole lot of the satellites and that.
So fourth place is what we're playing for here. 60,690 is what every player left at the table is guaranteed. So a good little payday in the making. And everybody wanted to make the next pay jump. John's got the suited ace here in the button, so we'll see some pressure being applied for sure.
He announced his raise before the time. 125.
So it seems to be the stock raise at the moment, about 125. 110, 125. That gets through. And John will pick up the 100k dead money in the middle. And 28 bigs for John, 49 for David, 16 for Gareth, and 12 for Lum. Blinds are 20-40 with the 40,000 big blind ante. We're approaching hand number 53 and about a quarter of an hour to the hour, so we've got about 15 to 16 minutes to play left on this level.
I can only imagine it's got a terribly lovely background.
Right, Gary, we move on to the next hand with John under the gun.
Jack 9 will go in the muck, I'm sure.
And it's been a tough for everybody. Everyone, even Harold. I had a bit more of a
They follow. They do go into the muck, Gary.
Yeah, but Bozo's not going to be interested either. Gareth in the small now, is he going to try and steal off of Lum?
He did one so already.
Well, Lum's cards are still on the deck, so I mean, he's not ready to throw them away yet, if you've been watching Lum's play. Okay, so Gareth looks like he's coming in for a raise. No, that's just a call. I think he
Flatting.
completes. Yeah, so Gareth completes, and Lum's going to tap the table, and blind on blind action, 7-5-9-3. And they're all scare cards, eh?
Yeah, neither of them has anything there. So
He who bets first should win. And no help once again. Outs for Gareth on the top of the screen there. But to be honest, this is about who blinks first, I think.
Gareth being first to speak, say, if you check to me on that flop, I'm going to bet this.
Small ball.
Yeah.
And Lum says, I've got nothing. Gareth picks up 80k, which will be a welcome sight to him. And Lum is now the shorty.
And as Mark was saying while you were out, Gary, even though we look at it as 10 big blinds, it's 500,000 chips.
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of
If it shoves, it's very difficult to call unless you've actually got a huge hand.
plenty of fold equity. I mean, it's going to put the frighteners on people for sure. I mean, it doesn't matter how good a structure is. The structure, best structure in the world, eventually it's going to get down to, crap shooting. It has to. Someone has to lose,
Yeah, Mark and I spoke about this 2 days ago when we were commentating on the Grand Slam event, and he said, it's the nature of tournaments. It has to get there, as brilliant as their structure is at Monster Jam, because otherwise we'd go on for 2 weeks in the tournament.
All I ask is that we see a heads-up battle. That's all I always hope for the heads-up.
Yeah, we had a lovely heads-up battle in the Grand Slam.
Oh, great. Cole Myberg and Ahmed. And that was a good few hours. So it's something we don't see enough of, to be honest, with all the deal making. But there's three. So both the players have got a club here, and Lum is golden here.
Yeah, he's got the jack of clubs.
And Johnny's got to
the
decide
nut
whether
flush.
his 8 is good or not. It's that simple. Lum's chucked out he chucked out a 40 there, is it?
Yeah. You see, now he's going to get paid here. It depends on how much he bets on the river. Lum's sitting with the nuts, he knows it.
Well, the board pairs, but the hand didn't play like there's a full house out there. So if you didn't believe him the first
Yeah,
time,
Johnny gives it up, he knows. The club's bigger there, he gets shown the jack. Bozo taps the table as well.
definitely need a superhero name for Lum with that mask and glasses.
Yeah, we've had no takers on that, Gary.
That's all right, I'll make a name for him. Okay, so Lum has picked up another 3 bigs there,
Yeah,
courtesy of Johnny Ambrosi.
with those shape of glasses and the mask, and it looks like one of the Ninja Turtles.
You heard it here first.
The bald head on top and everything. And he could be there. We're going to give him Donatello or Michelangelo.
I'm not getting involved.
You were the one that called for a name, Gary.
I didn't say I was going to give them.
Right, under the gun. Gareth with the 5-3 suited. I don't think we'll want to get involved with that. He's looking now into the muck. Lum on the button, 10-5 suited, folds.
The walk.
Johnny gives Bozo a walk, and they had very similar hands.
So the crystal there, shining in the bottom right-hand corner of the thing. I think while we're just waiting, must have a shout out for the Aquavita water guys. Thank you for your continued sponsorship through thick and thin. Of course, Regal Hospitality and Events, of which Monster Jam is a part of, and not forgetting our great support from Sun International across the country, and specifically this week from the Carnival City guys, and our partners, the Global Poker Index and the Hendon Mob, keeping your stats for poker players across the world. We thank you.
Yeah, and I'll give the shout out to Cards Team for the work they do. From the flop to the river, we deliver.
Aha, there you go. I knew that was going to stick. Okay, Jack 4 for the small blind, and they say what's a Jack 4? If it's in Bozo's hands, probably raising.
Yeah, it's not to change a tie in Bozo's hands.
Looks like David's carving out a raise here. Stock raise is around about 120, 125. That's a little more with the blind in front. So 140 is the number. 7-4 in the big blind is...
and Bozo will get that through as well.
That will be the end of that. Okay, chip count. 13 bigs. And as you say, 13 bigs is 549,000 chips.
Yeah, it's 500,000 in chips. It's not easy to call off. You need something decent to call that off.
There's a lot of chips, eh?
And Gareth has shown that he's shoving now. He's shoved a couple of hands to pick up the blind so that he stays in the hunt.
When we get the break, we'll just have a look and see if we can bring a couple more fish strings.
Yeah, we've got 10 minutes to our break.
These two have to stay.
So
This one's good.
we'll keep the action going till then.
I'm not sure. I don't want to move any seats.
John O'Brosey under the gun. Got 9-2 off. Folds. Bozo with a king 2 on the button.
So 10 minutes to the break. So where are we here, Mark? Got Bozo on the button.
Yeah, Bozo on the button with the king 2. He's going to use his button.
And apply pressure of the big stack.
100,000.
And Lummy's looking for a spot to shove, so I don't know if he's going to find anything.
Gareth is going to give up his small blind. Jack 10 for Lum here. And he snap calls this.
Yeah, snap calls.
You never say Lum is a tanker, that's for sure.
Absolutely. He makes his decisions quickly.
And the Jack is good for Lum here, but the scare card being the overcard. David is second to act here, so let's see if Lum is going to represent.
Check.
Well, then David might take the opportunity to represent this ace.
And Lummy gave the look down at the cards first. Bozo's saying, you're trying to double bluff me.
Yeah, and you know,
It's going to continue.
Dave,
Oh, look at that.
That is a snap call of note, and David will not have missed that.
Lum's chips were finished in there before Bozo had finished putting his in.
Lum first to act here. Option. He's checked already. David checks.
He's gone check, check.
River brings a 6. Let's look back at the players.
Lum is now going to bet.
Lum smashes a bit of yellow in there. David's going to have to fold.
He has to, because Lum was committing over half his stack that he had left there to that.
And listen, those chips of Lum were in quicker than David's, I think.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, they were so fast. Bozo announced the size of the raise, he was still putting them in, Lum's were already in.
Yeah. Lum was confident in his hand there. Well played, Lum. Everybody has their own style. So Chandra is online. Go Johnny and Lum. And oh, Mr. Hilly, yeah, the devil are you? My man Ambrosi for the win. Big Hilly.
A lot of support out there for Ambrosi. Johnny very well liked by everybody in the poker community.
And his good lady is never far away, Rosa. She's sat there watching, as always, supporting her man. So shout out to her. Nice to see her back.
Right. Action on Bozo under the gun. He folds. Round to Gareth on the button.
Looked like an aggressive fold, that to me.
Yeah, he wanted to play something. He wasn't happy that he'd shed off some chips to Lum.
Okay, Gareth on the button here with King 2. It looks like Gareth's going to put some chips in here.
It's raised.
Looks like 2 green chips. That's,
100,000.
100,000. And I think Lum might be getting interested here.
He's got a customer.
And, you know, Gareth's in bad shape here.
He's in dreadful shape. Yeah, but he's going to have position on the hand. See, there's no hope for Lum there.
Well, Lum might bet this. Let's see. Well, Lum's already checked.
See, and position's going to play the key part in this hand.
Sizing very important here as well. He needs to try and get
look
a
at
little Lum.
this. Look at this. Lum is not believing.
Lum does not believe him.
And now the alarm bells will go off for Gareth.
Flush gets there. So Gareth with the only heart, of course. So he has picked up the flush draw. And then he 2, of course.
But it's a lowly 2 of hearts and he doesn't know that.
Gareth shuts down.
Check, check. 6 doesn't change anything.
King high works.
And Lum
Lum
puts
has
the big
snipped this
bet
one
in.
out, eh?
150,000.
Well, while the old fox Lum, been around a while.
Gareth will go through the process, but he needs to lay this down. He knows that.
Yeah, he has to let go. Very well played by Lum. The last 2 hands, he's picked up a lot of chips.
He has, and his position on the board tells you that he's just under 1 million. 24 bigs.
Yeah,
Well played, Lum.
And Gareth's moved down now. He's on 11 bigs, 455,000.
So quite a good viewer pool out there at the moment. I haven't got Twitch running, but we're getting up there near the 100 viewers there. We've had a lot of calls this morning, people sitting around TVs with families and stuff like that. So, and the views last night, you know, lots of people viewing.
Yeah, we've had a lot of viewers and a lot of positive comments and feedback have come back both for Monster Jam and for the card stream.
Indeed. So on the YouTube stream there, Luke Spolander, I gave a shout out to earlier, looking good. Gaza. Mike Stadler says, nice to see the stream, rooting for John or Lum. Lum, big fave to lift the trophy in my book. Best wishes to all. And thanks, Mike. Thanks for your comments. And thanks, Luke, on the YouTube feed there. Kings
Yeah,
for
John
John
Ambrosi.
Ambrosi.
The Pocket Kings,
The 2 black kings.
he's in the small blind and he raises and takes it down.
Unfortunately, no
Shows the
action.
kings.
Shit, you couldn't have accepted your muff over.
And we're looking for we're nearly near the break now, so you know, a big cooler is going to separate a few here, and it can go any way. So Gareth is now down at 11 bigs, and he'll be looking for a slot. Lum is under the gun, so and Lum at 999, eh?
Yeah,
He's
triple
done
nine.
very well this morning.
He made 2 strong plays there. With overcards team every time with the King Jack he had absolutely nothing, but he sniffed out, I'm Gareth's weaker here and I'm ahead. Under the gun with the Jack 10. Suddenly become a lot more active, Lum. He
He's
wants to
early
play
spot.
this. He wants to play this. He's limped in.
So Lum is limping, and David is
So that allows Bozo to limp in. Gareth the King 6 suited.
2 limpers.
2 limpers. Does he shove this?
Well, he might take the check.
He's
I
going to
thought
take
so.
the check. Alright, we go to the flop.
So 2 pair for David Rosenthal. He's
And
going
he'll
to check it.
He's setting a trap here. Lum has picked up the gut shot, so he's going to bet it.
60,000.
So Lum bet 60,000, which is a small ball into that
And
pub.
look at Bozo. There it goes.
Race.
Springs it hard.
180.
It's making it expensive for Lum to call off a draw.
He's never calling. So this is the speech before the fold. Lum's never calling 180,000 for a gut shot.
Yeah, no, he knows David's hit fairly hard on that flop. Shaking his head, but the whole body language says, I don't want to fold, but I'm gonna fold.
And he's drawing pretty thin, you know, got 9 outs. He's only got 25% equity in the hand, so
Yeah, 4 nines as the board stands, or you need some funky run out where he made a better 2 pair.
come on, Lum,
Yeah,
thank
there you
you.
go. His whole body language was saying he was folding.
Brad, read off that you must give credit. Good read.
Buzz is going to show him to get the credit.
Well, Lum is nothing but entertaining at the table. So you have 50 bigs, 25, 22 and 9 bigs. So John will be under the gun. I think hand 61, this is 20-40, 40 on the big blind ante. And we're getting close to the first break of the day for the players.
Yeah, I think it will be a welcome one for them. Go and take a little comfort break.
Touch base with anybody who's watching the stream for them or watching themselves or whatever, any hands they're particularly interested in.
Boza get his hit of nicotine.
And Bozo's getting his hit of ace king. Sorry, John Ambrosio's getting his hit of ace king here.
Under the gun? No, he's not under the gun. He's in the big blind.
Yeah, I know.
So under the gun is Bozo.
Yeah, Bozo's under the gun.
Raise
Yeah.
110.
He's raised. John with the ace king in the big blind. The last time he just went all in and he does so again. He's gone all in. We don't know what Bozo is holding. Bozo folds quickly. It looks like the players are going on a break.
That will be that. We're going to take a short break here as well. And we'll be back shortly.
blinds are 25, 50. 25 small blind, 50 big blind.
How much do I have to call me when you stop?
No.
Right, so welcome back after the break, and we're down to 4 players left at the final table. The chip lead, David Rosenthal. In second place, it looks like Lum and John Abrosi sort of sharing that spot. And the short stack right now is Gareth Edmund from Durban. In fact, I had that all wrong. The pictures have come up on your screen now. So the chip stats are as follows. Bozo has 1.8 million, John has just over a million, 1,070,000, Lum has 965, and Gareth has 395. So the pictures I saw on the screen were incorrect then. They weren't incorrect. I was looking at the pictures on the stream.
You're looking at the
So I
wrong.
was
You're
quite
looking at the
correct.
wrong screen, buddy.
Right, so
That
yeah, we
was
have
what
an
it used
interesting
to
hand.
be.
Bozo's going to... Lum has opened up with King Queen, and Bozo is looking to play back here at him.
And Lum
King
with the
nine.
standard speech.
So, you know, you've got to feel a little bit for Lum because he's had to have Bozo on his big blind all day, or his button all day.
Not the best spot to be in.
So it's been a nice, interesting morning of poker, Gary. We started this final table with 7. Through 2 hours now, we're down to 4, so we lost 3 players.
Yeah, of course, Fabian went away with the last prize, the 5th prize of 48,000 and some change. Prior to that, Moon was away, and then, of course, in 7th place was Even.
So Lum has Bozo completely dominated, yeah?
Those will call that off, yeah?
Yep. And Lum flops the absolute cherries,
Yep. The
and he's going to
coconuts.
check that. Absolute cherries for Lum.
Yes, the bet no, Mark.
Yeah.
Let's get some value out of this hand, and those look standard chips here. He's going to get away from it. And Lum will show these cards.
Got King Queen.
There, Bozo saying you got King Queen.
Yep.
And that's a pretty good call from Bozo.
Yeah.
So anyway, you know, Bozo's, geez, I mean, we know what a good player is, but just in case anyone didn't know, if he wins this main event, it'll be his first Monster Jam main event, but he would have completed the entire sort of
The suite
higher
of
stake,
trophies.
the higher staker staked events trophies. He's won Player of the Year. Of course, everyone knows he won Season 1, so that's obviously the most coveted trophy.
He was sat here yesterday or the day before when he dunked out of the Grand Slam, and he said he's never been a happy hunting ground for the Carnival City, particularly the main. And I want to put that right this week. That's what he said.
Well, he did actually win the first high roller, yeah.
Yeah, he said, but never in the main event. The high roller he mentioned,
Yes.
and he
So
said
he's won a
one
super high
missing.
roller. He's I think he won the 150,000 rand buy in super high roller at Sun City. He's won some other high rollers. He's won a 6-mac. So he's definitely looking for what he would think is a very important trophy to add to his mantle or his cabinet.
I think that's the one missing space on the mantelpiece. He and I have had the conversation as well, and you're absolutely right, Mark. He's really looking forward to playing well here, and to use his words, I'm playing the best poker I've played for a long time.
Well, he hasn't played for a long time, so
Well, I did say that as well. I said it's 8 months. He said. Anyhow, he did say
so
that
John
he thought he
Abrosi
was
will
playing well.
have to call out the big blind, sorry, under the gun. He'll be the first to act, and he has 9-10 of diamonds. That's quite a pretty hand, four-handed. And I fancy, if I know anything, John will open with this hand.
And, I think that was
And
150.
wow, Bozo has 7s.
So what do you reckon with Bozo? Put the re-raise or get involved?
Bozo just moved the whole lot in.
Oh, well, there you go. That's the
And
end
Gareth
of
has
that.
9-10, so that's 2 outs for John. Should he consider calling? But John's not calling.
Of course not.
John's not calling. So Gareth could possibly think of calling, yeah, because he's short stacked and thinking that this is a nice hand.
I
And if
just
he
spoke to
finds this
Gareth.
hand,
Just spoke to him 5 minutes ago, and he said, you know, I'm just not feeling it today. I don't feel comfortable at the table. I don't know why.
4-5 of spades.
Strange how players get stuff like that in their heads, huh?
Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So Gareth has 7 big blinds. He will definitely now be feeling a little bit short. It's 400. He's got 400,000, and blinds are 25, 50, and 50 on the big blind. So players that have equity now will feel a lot more committed against his stack.
Yep, for sure.
So,
just for the viewers at home, we've chipped up the 1,000 chips. There was a chip race, and so those pink coloured chips are no longer
they're
in
now
play.
out of play. So the 5,000, the purple chips, as you see them, will be 5,000 chips. The yellows are 10,000, and those greens are 50,000.
Correct. Okay, Bozo under the gun here, so let's see what David's got.
6-5. Yeah. So when we were 6 and 7 handed, and 5 handed even, Bozo was very active, as he should have been. He was going to be quite active. And I feel like it's 4-handed now, and he's picking his spots a little bit more carefully. He has a lot of chips, and he will still remain active, but I think he'll be a little bit more picky.
And he will have a plan to play each of these players, because they are different. There's an all in
absolutely. So Gareth scoops a rotation with his all-in from the button with Jack 10.
And he'll
And the
breathe
button will
a
move
breath.
now to Lum.
Yep.
And Gareth will be the first to act.
So Bozo joining some of that Aqua Vita water from our sponsor. Thanks once again to you guys for your continued support.
So as we stand now, the players are playing. The next player out's going to get about 60,000. The spot after that's just a little under 100. I think it's like 98 and something. From there it goes up to around about 165, and at the top just a little under 230.
Correct.
So you know, there'll be some RCM going through their heads around now. Obviously the person in the most trouble right now is Gareth. And if I look at the makeup of this table, I can't foresee any deals running out here. So definitely David, I can't see him cracking any deals. I mean, in all fairness to him, if he looks at the table, as reasonable as this table is, he is by far the premium player seated. So, and that's obviously with no disrespect to anyone else. It's just the amount of experience he has in this position, and obviously the amount of times he's won from this position.
Yep. So Lum's limped in here with Queen 10, and David's got King Jack.
And he did not raise with that?
No. So there's a Queen for Lum.
And Bozo's picked up a gut shot, yeah? So Bozo has any 10, any King 2 in this hand. And
What's
he'll
the
be getting
bet from Lum? 120, yeah, 120. Pot sitting at 295.
So Bozo going into the tank here for a little while. He's probably
Just
thinking,
replaying.
well, I've got around about 2 million. If I put the right money in, yeah, he's probably not even thinking about the King. I mean, the only card he would be considering is if I find the 10.
Yeah.
So anyway, Lum picks himself up a pot there. I'm quite surprised that that Bozo didn't raise out of the blind with his hand once Lum has limped. But Bozo is also not silly. He'll know that Lum is very tricky, and Lum could have limped
exactly what I was
with something
going to say.
with
He is
something
super
strong
tricky.
there.
Super tricky to play. So Johnny's enjoying himself. I had a quick chat with him during the break. Rosa, as I said, is not too far away, supporting him. So
She's never too far. And he gets a good walloping when he wastes chips.
thank you, Coach Rosa. Okay,
She does
Johnny's
not
picked
allow
up the Jack 9 suited here.
chips to be wasted. Right, so John's open up to around about, looks like about 150.
Yeah, the stock raise at this level is
Oh.
150. Of course, now we're gonna see David go over the top here. I think. Yeah, Dave's all in.
Bozo's just moved all in, and John's now starting to get a little bit irritated by this because he has done that.
Not the first time.
Yeah, it's been twice in a row. It's been twice in a row. John earlier had to put down 9-10 when Bozo moved in with the sevens a couple of hands ago.
Correct.
Exactly from the same position, I think.
Is David going to show him this time?
We'll see it.
He showed him last time.
No,
No, is the answer to that question.
but it's in 30 minutes. John Scout will be telling him what he hand.
Absolutely. She's got that big 70-odd inch screen sitting right above her, playing the stream, and that's a great addition to the setup here. That you guys put those three big screens up there, and catches the eye of the passers-by as well. Of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's running nicely out there. All right, so Johnny's actually, for his trouble, he's going to be under the gun this hand, and you can see by his body language, he's not a happy man. But Johnny's not going to let that get to him. He's got 620k behind
Yeah,
still.
Johnny's playing with a bunch of confidence, man. He's really done well in the last few events here. So, you know, he's pretty much free rolling, and there goes the whole lot with ace 8, 10-4 in the bin, and Gareth's got 8-2. So that sees the end of that. Gareth will be gun, and Johnny only has to now get through Lum. And Lum has 6-4, so he'll win that. And Johnny picks himself up a rotation, and if he was feeling a little bit bleak, he'll feel a touch
better.
happier right now.
Indeed he will. So shout out for your dealing team, Mark, and your support team out there. Done very well this week. Have coped with everything that's been thrown at
Thank you,
them.
Gary. Yeah, and I really feel for these guys. They've had a tough 8 months. I mean, we really the only source of revenue, and it's quite sad that they've had to be stuck, but we've done our best to try and see if we can assist where we can. You know, they're obviously not permanent staff, but we do generally have 6 or 7 events a year, so we do keep them fairly occupied, but it's been a rough ride for everyone around the world, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
So, you know, a major part of setting up this series was just about job activation again for us, and just trying to get some people above water and just let them settle up a little bit, and hopefully we can.
The first day I walked in there and all the dealers, they just wanted to hug me. They're so glad for us to be back and this and
I
that,
think
and they're just so happy. You
there's
know?
been a bunch of reflection from people.
You know,
So has Gareth moved in?
I think that was an all-in.
And Lamas folded one of his outs, a jack. And that was quick.
Yeah. Of course, David not being in the hand is a good safety net for Gareth as well.
I think David was in the hand. I think he had just once he had folded, walked away.
Yeah.
So blinds are 25, 50 and 50k on the big blinds. So there's 125 in the middle every hand at the moment. So
A lot of dead money out there.
a big scoop for anyone who takes it down, especially the 3 players on the left of your screen.
Yeah.
When we're sitting behind the dealer, who are fairly short against Bozo's monster stack of 1.8 million.
Looks like Lump sleeping, but I think he's just building castles there. Okay, under the gun, player bottom left of your screen, Gareth Edmonds from KZN. And Gareth, a nice young man. Hopefully he's get his mojo back. He was talking to me, as I say, during the break. He was saying that he just didn't hit any cards, wasn't feeling it today. Realised he's got to make a few moves, and you know, but has enjoyed the experience. And there's the move we were talking about.
First one's very good.
Okay, this is close for
yeah,
David.
I think Bozo will be pulling this. I don't think he'll be following this. I mean, he has 100 in the middle already, and he has to call
20 total.
another 400, right?
470 is the balance.
Is it 470 the balance?
Yeah.
Yeah. So right, we have 2 players all in.
Okay.
Gareth has King 10 and Bozo A7 of diamonds.
We'll go to the flop cam. Suited A7 versus King 10. Good luck to both players as always.
Right, so Bozo picks up the draw. Bozo doesn't need anything as it stands.
Nope.
And he picked up another draw now. He picks up a 4 for a straight. So just, oh wow, just a king, just a king or a 10. That was only Gareth, only 4 outs
And
or 6 outs.
a fairly unusual display of emotion by David there.
Which he apologised immediately. I saw
Yeah,
that.
yeah. He did apologise, but that's unusual for David.
Yeah, it's quite a shocking blow when it comes out on the river like that. When you have every conceivable card in your hand. I mean,
Been there, done that.
yeah. Gareth was only drawing to 2 other 10s because obviously the 10 of diamonds would have made a flush for Bozo.
And Gareth will move up over the million mark now.
Yeah, so he gets himself into a stronger position now.
And that's how quick it can change, folks.
Yeah, so Bozo moves probably down to about 1.3 million. Gareth about 1.1 million. John should be the short stack now, I would think.
Yeah.
So once again, things have panned out fairly evenly again.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that just the wonderful part of this game, you know? I mean, the blinds are significantly high now. You know, we're toing and froing here. You know, that whole dynamic changes again. You know, you could end up with 4 players sitting here with equal chip stacks in a minute, and then they start talking deals. You never know.
Yeah,
I mean, these things just
well,
happen.
Gareth, if he wasn't feeling it, he'll certainly be feeling it now. Thinking,
Well,
I
I
certainly
think
can
the
win here
mojo
now.
might be back, you know?
Yeah, I can
All it
definitely win
takes is
from
the
here.
river to deliver, for sure.
So Bozo still seems to be a little bit happy, but
Yeah.
he might be a little steamy inside, and you might see a little bit of a gear change here.
Let us see. Lum's going to get rid of this.
Yeah, and John gets rid of that. And Bozo has the same hands as Lum, and he looks to complete.
What has Gareth got?
10-4. So
Probably
he'll just
check
check
that.
this behind. I like that he's thinking. I really do like that he's thinking. But he eventually doesn't pull the trigger.
Ace King 9, so the Queen High is ahead here. Action on David. Look like a 60 or so, 50. So small ball, just a
Yeah,
Big
Gareth
bet
can
there.
can never play that hand.
message received and understood, and Gareth will slide his cards to the dealer. And there's your totals. Gareth on 1 million, Lum on 1.1, David on 1.6.
Yeah, I
and,
thought David actually had a little less than that. He'd obviously picked up. Oh, he had picked up some.
He did pick up
two
some
nice
chips.
spots from John to get him over the 2 million mark. So
and he was at 1.865
Yes.
million when he came back from the break.
yeah, I was basing my 500 off that. That's why I gave him 1.3. But he did pick up. He did pick up 2 pots from John.
Yeah, he
where
was.
John
He
had opened
went
and
all
he
in over the top. Yeah.
twice, yeah, 2 times, as they say.
Right, so Johnny with thoughtful pose there, head in hand. I'm sure he won't get down. I mean, his direct eyeline is his beautiful wife Rosa, so she'll be geeing him up from the sidelines, as they say. Okay, so let's see what the undergun Ace Jack for Johnny Ambrosi. What do you think here? This is a big hand for John, huh? Under the gun.
I think he might just go all in.
You think he'll push it in? I think
There
he
we
will
go.
too.
He has immediately. Bozo King 9 will certainly fold that.
Oh,
Gareth
fold.
picks up jacks. So
This will be interesting.
Gareth
I've just
will be
got those
calling.
chips, he's thinking.
no, Gareth's definitely calling,
Oh, he's got it. But
or definitely moving in, or whatever it may be.
Lum's almost folded already.
Lum's giving a few beats to the song. Oh, and so John, look, there's no sets out here because we've seen a few. Did Bozo fold the jack as well?
I think he might have done. We'll see now when the odds come up on the screen.
And Lum folded a jack. So I don't think there's any danger of a set of jacks here. John has an ace.
yeah, he's drawing the 3 outs.
He's only drawing to an ace now. He had the spades obviously, but that's
Oh, that's not going to happen.
not going to happen. So just an ace for John. And that sees the end of John.
No Barry Greenstein on the river, so John will go with 4th place, 60,690 South African rands. And we're down to the last 3. Well played, Johnny Ambrosi.
Yeah, well done,
solid,
John.
solid performance this week.
Well done. And Gareth has just absolutely from nowhere.
From adversity to
Yes, shot himself up to
chip leader.
chip leader or close to it, if not.
Well, we will see shortly. We will move the table around once we're down to 2 players, Mark.
Okay.
The three player syndrome. It's just too much computer work this end with all the prize pools computed and stuff like that. Standard practice we've employed here, and I'm sure you've observed it, is once we go to 2 players, we'll just pause the clock, reset the table, get both players in shots, get the trophy in the middle and the check, and a la WSOP, and we'll get on with it. But there's a long way to go, still some play to come.
Yeah, I guess they can remove that screen from Lum's left-hand side if they wanted to make it better for your pictures.
Yeah, for sure, and we'll get that done right away.
About 1.7.
Okay, so 3-handed, and Gareth with 1.7 million, King 7 here on the button. And remember, we got button, small blind, big blind now.
Yeah, no, it's everyone's pretty committed as we stand.
So Gareth is pulling out some raising chips here from the button. 150 seems to be the standard. What does he put out there? Looks like 120. It is indeed 120. Lum with King 2 suited and small gets rid of it. King 10 for Bozo in the big. And Dave will have a think about this.
Well, David will definitely be playing, so Gareth will get himself into a bit of trouble if he finds a
king.
A king.
And that's called off. So 2 players to the flop. 5, 5, 6. 2 clubs on board. And Gareth needs to continue the story here. Gareth thinking about the action. He checks it. So check, check. And the queen. First dibs here to David. You'll see 20 outs across the top here. And there's lots of opportunities here as well. So Davis looks like it's about 100 or something.
170, if I'm correct.
Just over.
180.
Gareth just replaying the hand in his head. The fact that they went check check on the flop there may lead him to think that David's weak. We'll see.
I mean, have a queen. Have a queen.
And Bozo comes with a chirp saying, "Have a queen."
Well, poker players are the most honest, dishonest people on the planet, as we know.
Very good.
I reckon I had a hand, you would have gone all in. No, I think I had a hand, you would have gone all in.
Okay, so hand number 74, and Lum left a picture will be on the button and first to act. So the 3-handed brings button and under the gun together, and obviously the other 2 players are in the small and the big, and a significant amount of dead money sitting out there.
Yeah, but it's everyone's money, so it's no longer dead.
Oh yeah, quite. It's not so dead.
Right. Lum has picked up this hand so many times today, Jack 10.
Yeah.
And he puts it away. Wowee.
6-2 off for the small. And a walk
Three-handed
for
and he
Gareth.
puts it away, and Gareth has queen 7. Oh,
The old
spades.
computer hand.
Wow, and Gareth would have, I think, defended a small raise.
I think so too. Nice suited cards. And the value of these hands goes up and up and up. The less players we have, of course, Mark. You know, it's so difficult to get a pair or suited connectors, those types of hands, and you know, and you're going to see action with those now. Whereas before, when you've been, you know, you're really deep and you multiple hands, handed, you know, they're not worth as much. The value does increase, and we spoke a lot about this, Mark and I, the other Mark, not this Mark, and how you have to change your aggression levels. Now, David's picked up the hooks here on the button.
Oh, well.
So it looks like 125.
125, and Gareth will fold that 6-3 pretty quickly, and Lum is gone with king 8.
And of course, you
both
raise the
shows his
button
jacks.
and you're raising under the gun here. You know, it always looks like there's a bit of a steal going on, but you've got to have some holdings to be doing that with two players to come, short-handed. So Lum is down to 16 bigs, but still playable. Plenty of fold equity with his
Oh,
total
yeah,
chips.
no. Yes. So we played 76 hands this morning already, and
That's right.
we've been only going for probably 2.5 hours.
Yeah, well, we started at 11, so 12, 1. Yeah, it's getting on for that. We had a 15-minute break.
So when it's short-handed, obviously a lot more hands come in.
And this is where the dealers have got to be on their money, you know. They need to play hands, these players, because the clock's ticking all the time. And these guys have been doing really well. We did look at an average previously with the 40-minute levels, and we're averaging over 20 hands every 40 minutes. And that was with significantly more players at the table. So doing a great job, the dealers. So David's at 1.9 again here. Lum at 800,000. So yeah, I mean, to call off 800,000 is a huge call, you know. I mean, it's actually exactly half of Gareth's.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very difficult. You have to have a premium hand.
So, you know, at this stage where, you know, it's going to be a cooler that's going to send one of these
Yeah,
guys
but
to the rail.
I can't see Lum just lumping them all in at a time, you know.
No, not at all. You know, it is going to be a cooler, you know, there's no egos at this table now. Well, I'd hope not. They've gone a long way. They're playing for the top 3 prizes in the Blue Ribbon event here at the Monster Jam Reboot Series. So Gareth gets another walk in the big, so another rotation as well. And tell me, how did the Fabian and Moon go out? I think you were here then.
Moon moved in with ace-10 of diamonds, all in with his stack, and John called in with kings.
Okay, so
And Fabian was not in for.
okay, I must have been here or changing out or something. I don't recall. But I had breakfast with Fabian this morning. He was feeling good. I mean, he'd taken a bit of a hit second to last hand the night before with David, but he was in good shape. I don't know if he jumped into one of the other tournaments or he's headed back to his home. He stayed at the guest house with us, and I must give a shout out for Jenny at the Lakehouse guest house and team down there. Looked after us royally this week. And last night tonight, so we'll be here tomorrow, sort of de-rigging. Okay,
Yeah, most of it will be hanging out here, I suppose. Most of the rig, I'd imagine you're taking out the software and all the intricate stuff.
Oh, we're taking the shiny stuff and leaving the heavy stuff, because
Yeah.
for the obvious reason. Yeah, so what you see basically around you, plus the cameras out in the outfield, will go with us. And because there's some services to be done on some of this stuff, and also it's well, as you'll know, it's very expensive gear as well.
Can you use it?
Okay, so a special treat for you now. We're going to switch cameras. We'll still follow the action here on the screen. And there you go, Mr. Mark Joseph and Mr. Gary Allen.
Hi guys.
And
To everyone
hi,
out there
guys.
watching, hope you're enjoying it. While we're in here, can we move this camera around to see the rest of the team?
Yeah, we can. We can go to another preset and the guys in the corner. So we'll go to preset number 2 on camera 6. And that will show you the tech team. We're still following the action on the overlay here, Mark, of
Yeah,
course.
absolutely.
And
There's our tech team. Boys, give them a nice wave. These are the guys behind the scenes here.
big wave, gentlemen.
Bringing you all
Look up
these
at the
lovely
camera.
the pictures that you're seeing, controlling the software, looking at everything.
So that's Bradley, Hugo and Jake. And Jake sporting a new haircut. So Lum's folded here. We've missed nothing in that hand. And of course, Lum is still the small stack here, but still plenty of playability. This is hand number 80, Mark. So we're chugging along, 25, 50, 50 in the big blinds.
And the stream is 18 hands behind.
Is that what it is? Of
Yeah,
course, yeah.
I saw on the screen now,
You're
they're
looking
hand
at the
62.
screen down here. The guys can't see. We're watching
Okay.
3. Mark and I have 3 screens in front of us. He has his commentary screen, I have mine, and then we have a laptop in the middle, which is running the stream with 30-minute delay, and we're monitoring the messages from everybody out there. So it's a pretty good setup, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man, and it's always great to be in here, and it's always nice to have insight to the cards at immediate to see what's going on. Maybe we should switch back to the table and have a look at what's going on here.
Thank you, Jake, and the boys.
So it looks like Lum folded from the button, and we have blind on blind, Bozo with king 4 and Gareth 3-2. So whoever squeaks here will take the spot down.
Yep. He who blinks first.
Yeah, and I think I fancy Bozo will be doing a lot of betting.
Well, he's checked the option to Gareth and immediately folds. So didn't fancy that for whatever reason, and Gareth will pick up 50k. So Lum with 16 big blinds, 840,000, 32 which is 1.6 million, and 36 which is 1.8 million. And things can change very quickly, as we've seen, Mark, throughout the day. Just one hand, that's all it takes.
That's all.
And it'll turn itself on its head. So lots of money to play for here, Mark. I mean, every player at this table is guaranteed 98,175 rand. And the next pay jump after that, as you alluded to earlier, is 164,000 and change. And then on the top, of course, 228,000. So 3 pretty big pay jumps. You know, definitely worth playing for.
Right, so Bozo folds, Gareth picks up queen 10 out the small blind. I certainly think he'll be raising with this. And he gave Lum a little bit of a stare.
It looks
9-5.
he just flatted that off there. So limps
Did he
in.
flat it off?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And a check. I'm surprised. I thought he would have raised that queen 10 there as well. Or maybe he knows something more than us. Well, that's going to get both players.
That's going to get Lum a little bit involved unnecessarily, I would think, because
Yep.
Gareth will come out betting this queen. And
And Lum will expect a continuation bet here. And he might just call it off with his 5.
is it 60 to go? What's the bet?
He bet 60.
And
Lum's
Lum has
gone
moved all in for 740. My word. So now Gareth has a major decision to make.
That's a huge decision. He wants a count.
And Lum in an absolute world of trouble.
Well, what's going through the mind of Gareth Edmonds here? What did Lum call me with pre-flop? Did he have 4-5? You know, he was in the big blinds.
Well, I certainly can't see. Gareth certainly can't put this hand down.
You'd think not.
Is he counting, or is he just? I see chips moving across. So I'm not sure if
He's
he's
counting
called.
his chips to see what's going to be left, and in the event he does call and he's wrong.
Yeah.
This has been his sort of habit that he's gone through, and rightly so.
Gareth won't be calling this hand. It's just as sorry, Gareth won't be folding this hand. It's impossible for him to make this fold. I mean, if Lum had anything decent pre-flop, he would have raised.
Absolutely, and as I say, that's why the only hand he can put him on here is like 4-5, and he
4-5
limps in,
or a
4-5
diamond
off.
draw.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there's no chance that he's found any set.
No, he would have bet the pairs pre-flop. for
So
sure. You
Gareth
can
has 740 to call. What has Gareth got behind?
He had 1.6 million at the start of the hand,
So it's half his stack that has to go in.
basically. Yeah.
And Lum will need to get lucky. Because
It'll leave him with
Gareth
about
is just delaying the inevitable. Yeah, he certainly is calling. Gareth can think about this for as long as he like. It's just not possible. Right, so that it's been called.
Yep, it does look that way. Yep, let's go to the flop cam and good luck to both players. Lum is in a world of trouble here.
Absolutely, in a bunch of pain. Yeah. Has he picked up a flush draw? Lum has now picked up a diamond.
A diamond flush draw. Oh,
And a
my
4.
word.
And
Lum is eliminated in third place.
I
And
think
we'll probably take a short break.
absolutely. And I'll let Mark do the heads up with you.
Okay, we're going to have an 8-minute break according to the tournament director. So we'll be back in 8 minutes. Thank you very much, Mark.
Yeah,
for
yeah, I'm
your
going to let Mark.
insight.
I mean, Mark's worked hard this week. He'll do the heads up with you, and you guys can enjoy it.
Thanks a lot. That's Mark Joseph signing off. Thank you very much, and we'll be back in 8 minutes.
Right, we welcome our viewers back and we're getting to the heads up. Waiting for Gary to join me back in the booth after he set everything up for our heads up match.
Hi, honey, I'm home. Okay, so well done indeed to Alum. Takes home 75 South African rands. We are now playing for first and second, the trophy, the kudos, Alice. David on the button and under the gun here. 10-9 suited. We're going to see a change in dimension here, very much so.
Yes, Gary, as we mentioned in the heads up match in the Grand Slam event, everything changes now. Every hand is now important. You can't do too much folding heads up.
No, not at all. So we're off to the flop. 10-9-2, big flop here for David.
Yeah, and Gareth has flopped the gut shot, so he's going to check. He might peel one off when Bozo bets.
Local time is 1400 hours, so the final table has gone a lot quicker than I thought it was doing.
Yeah, it actually has, Gary. It's gone quicker and yet not. It seemed like we played a lot of hands and there were a lot of action.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, I was on the outer tables while Mark was in here with you, and I was looking around the outer tables. I'm sure you've announced Clive's win.
I did give you the small mention. Clive Kikia took down, what was the tournament? The Turbo.
Yeah, the Turbo event. He beat Rudolph for heads up. And I was watching at the table a couple of interesting hands when Bozo doubled Gareth up and when he took John out, and then when Gareth took Lum out.
Yeah, that's a hell of a hand, to be honest.
Yeah, some sick hands and some big hands, coolers. Right, and looks like Gareth has played back at Bozo here with the gut shot.
It does.
He has. He's played back at him, and Bozo's gone all in. Bozo making the statement. Now Gareth's looking down at his gut shot and thinking this isn't looking as strong anymore.
You got to pay.
Yeah, he's let it go.
You got to let it go, Chana.
Yeah, so we're going to have a reversal in fortunes here. Gareth started slightly up in chips over Bozo, about $500,000 ahead. But there's a $500,000 swing in that hand. So Bozo now 2.3 million and Gareth on 2 million. That's the nature of heads up. Things can swing around very quickly, as we saw in the match during the week.
Indeed they do.
And this is going to be a very interesting heads up match, Gary. You know,
I actually think the experience of Bozo heads up, I don't know the experience of Gareth heads up. So for me, we've got to watch Gareth very closely, see how he handles Bozo. He's picked up pocket fives here.
Look, let's be honest, Bozo's no stranger to heads up on the big stage. He's won many titles, so he has got the edge from that point of view.
So do you know which Monster Jam title he's never won?
This one, I believe.
Indeed.
Okay, and he
This
wanted
is
it
the only
desperately.
one. This is the only one he's never won.
You know that when he spoke to both of us earlier in the week, he said this is the one that he wanted.
Yeah. And he said he's never been a happy hunting place here, so hopefully things will change for him.
All right, there's a raise and a fold. Bozo's not going to get sticky over the Queen 6 off.
No. Another day at the office for Bozo,
Yep.
just slurping his coffee there.
Yeah, gently slurping his coffee. And I think for Gareth, I don't know what his experience is heads up on the big
No
stage, but he doesn't
idea.
play a lot of big tournaments. He said that to me as well when we spoke outside.
What I do know is he's guaranteed, as is David, 164,220. Okay, the blinds will be going up this hand or next hand. This hand, so the blinds will be up to 30-60. My word, time flies when you enjoy
Wow.
yourself.
Gary, there are a couple of comments coming through on Facebook. I don't know which ones you've dealt with yet, as I haven't been in the booth for the last short while. So I'll leave that up to you.
You can start there and work your way down.
All right, said, so Lazana said, go David, you got this, bud. Yours for the taking. Maria de Gavea is going to have one at you, Gary. She says, hi guys. Have you announced the price of the cards? I would love to know how much they are, thanks.
Maria who? I'll give you a clue. They're more than 150 and less than 160.
There you go. Between that in US, eh?
Yes.
So the viewers must remember that. And then...
So that's the answer to that question. Nobody got it right, so
Yeah.
not giving anything away. Nobody gave me a superhero name for lump, so nobody's getting a free hat.
yeah, Nashan Passad says Bozo walks this. All right, and let's not forget the action here.
Well, the action is raised to 100,000 with 9-4. Gareth has got pocket fives again. I fancy a
The
repop
same
there.
red fives that he had just previously.
This is the Gareth, I'm thinking about it, and I'm going to re-raise you.
Yeah, I think so. There it goes.
And this is also about Gareth sending a message.
No, he's flattered him.
Well,
He's flattered him only. It looked like a lot of chips, but it was the 5,000 that he put out
okay.
there. Oh, look at this.
A 9 for Bozo and a set for
Set of
Gareth.
fives for Gareth.
I'll tell you what, these are the moments that it makes it happen, trust me.
He's
Gareth
checked his
checks.
checks. Bozo's checked down, but now he's found 2 pair.
Now, Bozo's 2 pair here. This could be the hand. This could be the hand.
100,000. 100 to go.
I like a flat call here. I like a flat call. The 4 outs for Gareth at the top of the table have got to be wrong. Gareth is miles ahead here. David is not. There's something wrong with the software here.
Yeah, the queen doesn't change anything on the river.
We are looking at actuals here on the table. David hasn't won this hand at all, but he's got pocket fives as far as I can see.
If Gareth does have the pocket fives, as we're suspecting,
Well,
unless
Gareth
they-
is showing a pocket fives, and there's also showing fives on the flop.
yeah, so
so-
that can't be wrong. Now that's the previous
Let's
hand.
go
That's
to
what
the
I said.
flop cam, please, camera guys.
So he hasn't got a set of fives. Let's
He can't have a
reiterate.
set
He
of
can't
fives.
have a set of fives.
He can't.
It obviously didn't clear his previous hand, Gary.
Yeah, no idea here, gents. We're flying completely blind. We apologise. We know it's the final of the thing. Okay, we'll take away the flop cam. Thank you. We do not know what Gareth's hand is. I'll just repeat, we do not know what Gareth's hand is.
So we know Bozo's sitting with 2 pair. Gareth cannot have the red fives as the red 5 is there, as Gary has pointed
I
out.
apologise to the viewers at home, but there's no way we can fix this during mid-hand.
So as Bozo's put the big bet in on the river, Gareth's counting out the call there because there's the green chips that Bozo threw in at 50k each. There's 300 and...
Our
What's he
camera
bet?
guy will be ready to go to the flop cam if we need to look at these cards as they're thrown in the
Yeah.
middle.
He's bet what, 350 there, Gary?
It looks like that, yeah. What is the bet by David, do we know?
And he gets Gareth to fold.
And it's a fold. So Gareth didn't have pocket fives there. The
Yep.
software was wrong.
Just a small glitch there. We apologize to the viewers. The previous hand didn't clear on the software before the next hand was out. So Bozo takes another sizable pot.
So we're going to change the cards out, the deck of cards that are being played with, because there was a very bad misread there.
And who paused the clock? Davey? Dave?
So Gert Boshoff has said Gareth bringing it back to Durban. And Maria, who's an avid watcher of our stream, says, go Boza, he's a wonderful young man. So support for both.
So we're just changing the deck out here, and we want to make sure everybody gets a good read on what the cards are, etc. And the only fix we can make sure of restarting our software is to change the cards out. So that's what we're doing. The dealer's just counting them out, making sure they're all there, and then we can carry on with the shuffle and carry on with the tournament. And we apologise for the short delay, but this is for the benefit of the viewers at home, and more so the benefit of the players and everybody stood around here, and of course to help us commentate without Norm's having a heart attack. I
I promise you, it was quite. We're like, why is he even contemplating?
Well, put it this way: if Bozo has two pair there, and he has a set of fives, that's the end of the tournament.
I think so. That's the cooler. That's the cooler.
For sure.
Heads up, you're not folding two pair in a hurry.
Never.
So yeah, that could have been the cooler for us. So we do apologise to the viewers. Just a slight glitch with the software. I mean, we've got amazing software that runs everything and does everything. Occasional glitch from the cards, change the cards out, and everything will be back to normal, Gary.
God willing. God willing.
So there's been quite a reversal of fortunes now in the last two hands. Bozo has taken a big chunk of chips from young Gareth. But let's not write him off. He's played such wonderful poker this entire weekend.
Snap fold.
Snap fold there.
Obviously Dave has taken over the relay for the eating.
Yeah, 7-2 off, he couldn't defend there. So Bozo up to 2.5 million, Gareth on 1.8 million, so not a huge difference between them yet. Still any man's game.
And I'm just replying to some messages online here, Mark, so
you
bear with me.
Continue, Gary. I'm sure you'll put my mute button when required. That was Shafi saying out there, you need a mute button for me. So shout out to our mate Shafi again. Always full of fun. Right, so Bo's on the button with 6-3. He's just going to fold. He's going to give the walker. He doesn't want to get involved. And Gareth had Queen 9.
Okay, so that's me caught up there on the social media stuff that we've been sent. We've already announced most of the messages here. So David on 41 bigs, 30 bigs for Gareth Edmonds, 2.5 to 1.8. So fortunes can change very, very quickly here in the event of a cooler hand. And once again, well done to both players to get to the feature table. They're both playing for the trophy and, of course, 228,000 rand and some change. But, of course, both of them guaranteed 164. With minor tax on that, eh, Mark?
Yeah, which is a decent payday in anyone's language.
Computer hand here, suited for friend Gareth.
Yeah, fancy a raise. He's flattered.
He's just called. So, you know, I would like to see a raise there with a suited queen, but
he's limped in.
Over the cards, ace 6, and that's
no
our
help
action
for
killers.
either. Check, check.
They are the action killers.
10.
Why are they action killers? Because if other players got one, they're both checking.
Yeah, check again. Yeah, Bozo gets the best of it now.
Bozo rivers the 9. He'll bet this, and I don't think Gareth can call anything off here.
No, and I don't think he can make a play at this. That board's so dangerous.
He can put him on anything from an ace.
Yeah, it's a dangerous looking board, so...
Yeah, never ever calling there.
And he can't make a play either.
Good hand for David, and he got to 2.5, 1.8 for Gareth. Still plenty of playability in his hands, in his stack, but you know, heads up is a game of coolers or a game of longevity. I mean, we saw between Ahmed and Cole the other day. We were going 2-3 hours.
Yeah, it went a long
before
time.
we found the cooler, and it happens, eh? I mean, you know, we can sit down. This next hand could be aces v queens, aces v jacks, jacks v queens, ace king v 10-10, and the money will go in.
Yeah, the money will go in.
It's so hard to get a decent hand heads up.
Yeah, you know, you only 4 cards being dealt out of the 52, so there are, if 2 big hands get dealt out, money's going in.
Yep. I mean, obviously, we want to see a bit more action, a bit more
Sure.
play.
Yeah, Bozo's just lumped in here with the Queen 2 suited versus the Queen 7 of Gareth. Again, a similar type flop, 2 aces on the flop.
Yeah, I don't think he shuffled them. Just kidding.
So the split possibilities are there.
So the answer to the question about the screens on the table is the dealer has a screen either side, and normally we would have a screen in the middle between the two players, but if you measure the distance, we are complying with the social distancing, and therefore we're able to put the check and the trophy in the middle.
Which is wonderful. That
Gives us a better optic, the pictures are much easier to see, there's no reflection, etc. And it's just better all round for the players as well, and gives them a better chance to see each other. And we are still complying with the COVID regulations by not having the screen in the middle there because of the distance between the two players. So it doesn't matter who wrote in and said that, I'm just answering the question.
yeah, it's all good. You know, even Bozo with his mask off, people could argue, but he's further than the 1.5 meters away from everybody there, so he's safe, and the dealer is screened off from him.
And we're not the COVID police, that's up to the organiser of the tournament. I'm just explaining for the question earlier.
And it also makes us almost normal. If the masks weren't on, we would think we were back in 2019 when things were normal.
There is nothing normal about Bozo, trust me. Okay. Yeah, that'll be another one I'll get off him, don't worry. So Gareth with 10-9 on the batter near. I mean, not suited but connectors, but I like a raise here.
And he has done so.
Stock raise 100k.
And he gets Bozo to fold quickly.
120.
Let's see Bozo's cards.
Well, they couldn't have been that good.
No. Anything defendable, he's calling, we know that.
So, you know, if you look at 2.5 million versus 1.8, so if Gareth gets to 2 million, they're almost equal stacked. It'll be 2.3 versus T.
Yeah, there's 4.250 million chips in play.
Yeah. So there's not a lot to choose between these two guys, and you know, one big hand, everything's going to change. Now, Bozo's got his own chip stacked up here. He will tell you he patented the idea of that, and everybody else copies it.
Yeah, he says Ahmed owes him a lot of royalties for the last few years.
It looks like Gareth is showing off his chips as well.
Oh, look at Bozo, he's woken up with hooks here.
He's going to be first to act, so let's see the sizing here. He's reaching for some of those green chips. The standard sizing has been about 100 and 120.
100,000.
It's been 100.
And let's see what Gareth has got here. He doesn't have anything, by the way he's looking at it. Throws it away in disgust.
Yeah, obviously, the 7-2.
Yeah, 7-2 off. Bozo contemplated the show, then said no.
No, he shouldn't be showing cards now on the heads up. I think the mystique should remain.
Yeah, I think Gareth's show of the 7-2 is just that, look, I'm not just folding anything to your raises. This was absolute junk. That's the only reason I'm folding.
Absolutely.
So that was a statement, really. One of the reasons to show.
And a fair statement, I say. It was only fair.
Neville Govender, our friend from down KwaZulu-Natal way, old friend of ours. Let's go, G, bring it home.
Big Nev.
Yeah, shout out, Big Nev. Haven't seen you for a while, my friend. Hope all's well down there in KwaZulu-Natal with you.
Come visit soon, Big Nev. Top man, Neville. Great player.
I've got a lot of time for Nev. We've been friends for a long time. Really a lot of time and respect for Nev.
50,000 support is a fold. Option to raise.
Right, so there's a limp in here with Queen 5 for Gareth.
And pocket fives for Dave.
Pocket 5s are haunting
don't
us
do
on
this
this
to me
table,
again.
but they're not the two red ones, Gary.
Please don't do this again.
There are the two red ones are there, but one in Gareth's hand, the other in Bozo's.
If the flop comes Queen 5,
He's
they'll be
pumped it
under
up, and there's an insta-fold from Gareth.
So we're not going to see a flop. And this will be symptomatic of this game. There will not be as many flops if you see multi-handed.
No.
There'll be a lot of raise and fold.
You know, actually in the heads-up match between Carl and Ahmed, we saw a tremendous amount of flops, which is unusual for a heads-up match.
Very much unusual status. Okay, so David's busy building castles here.
Yeah, Dave's devoting a lot of his time to perfect his pyramids there. Gareth has just gone for the standard formation. Boza will fold the 5-3 off, and Gareth had a big hand in the big blind. King Jack off. King Jack heads off. Heads up. Any two pictures? Any two pictures? Right, so we move on to the next hand.
So we're on hand 93. Let's have a competition in the booth. When will the tournament be over? We're on hand number 93.
So you've got to call a number of the hand that
So
it
you
will
have
be.
to write down a number. I have got a napkin here. And my number will be, I'm not telling anybody. Right, mark yours number. You can write down there, I'm not telling anybody. Jake's looking at me like I stole his number. You can't look at the screen, you know, he's got his king.
Yeah.
So ace king v10 2.
Texas Dolly has flopped huge here.
Oh my word, look at this. We see an ace or a king here, there's going to be a problem.
Yeah, Garrett's going to be in a world of pain if he finds either of those. Now, Bozo has the full house with the Texas Dolly.
Yep. He needs to bet for a bit of value here.
Yeah, and Doyle will say, look at the value of that hand.
He wants Gareth to bet here. He's just thinking bet, 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 bet.
He's begging him to bet. And with Bozo checking to you twice, you're always going to think, okay, I can put a bet through here. It's unusual for Bozo to check twice. Bozo rechecks his cards. Little Hollywood, I'm not interested in this hand.
Bozer's all
No,
in.
he's gone all in.
Big fold, but it's a fold.
Yeah, and he takes quite a few chips away from. Bozo was hoping that Gareth either had a 10 or a big overpair and he would get paid off. So right, he's now got him 2-1 in chips, Gary, after those few hands.
Yeah, and position of strength, but it's a long way to go, Mark.
No, still I mean, one hand changes that whole dynamic round.
I agree entirely.
In one hand, then Gareth's 2-1 to Bozo. That's the nature of heads up.
Okay, so we have the 5 entries from the back office here. How long it's going to last. And it's the closest to, so that doesn't mean you win if it goes over your number, Mark, by the way. You,
I will be the closest then.
you won't be, because we're going to pocket files again here, by the way. It's all to
Yeah.
know. You have to be within 5 hands to win it.
All right. So we've got a couple of split possibilities then.
And the prize is you don't have to empty the dustbin today.
All right. Back to the serious business for the viewers out there. Our little frivolities in the commentary booth.
Pocket 5s.
Pocket 5s raised again. Gee, the 5s are making a lot of entrance on this feature table, and with both decks, so it's not like it's just the one deck.
They're getting around. And let's see what the bet is. What was the bet?
He's raised it up there. We're trying to see. And there's the call. So we're just trying to pick it up.
Raised to 90. And there's a call. So one of the 5s is in Gareth's hand, interestingly.
Yeah, Gareth 3 betting there, they're saying. I don't know.
There wasn't a 3 bet, because otherwise
Yeah.
David would have had to call.
Yeah, exactly.
That's wrong.
So that's wrong. So Bozo raised. Gareth called him. Gareth has flopped a king. And he's holding king 5. So there's a single out for Bozo after he c-bets here.
Yeah, just disregard the action below.
Yeah, and Gareth moves all in with the top pair. And snap fold by Bozo. So it'll be a nice gain by Gareth. Right, it's just a little communication with the dealer so that we can make sure that the viewers hear exactly what the raises and calls are, so we can keep you better informed.
Okay, so the tech team is just chatting with the dealer there. He was having problems with his radio, he couldn't hear us, so we're fixing that up.
Can hear him shaking by his ear there, giving it a little wiggle. Bozo's, he's so casual. He's busy eating his meal while this is going on.
Should be a fines committee, you know that. So
Hey, we're not playing a major tournament, the blue ribbon event, trophy, lots of money on the line. I'm just at a mate's house on a Saturday playing a game, having a meal.
Maybe that's part of the act.
No, everything David does is deliberate, eh?
I keep telling you, everything you do at the table gives away information. Sometimes you do things to give information away.
Yeah, Hugo is just out there sorting out the comms.
Good lad, old Hugo. It was his birthday yesterday.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job here with Jake and Brad. We have the odd hiccups in that, but as a whole, the lads work hard. I know Gary's a hard taskmaster there, so I will be kinder to them than what he is. And I'm saying they're doing a good job.
Okay, Gareth has got the button here, so he's under the gun also. Queen 6. I'm actually a nice boss.
I know you're a nice person, but you're a good taskmaster, which is what you need
When stuff
to
needs
run a
to
tight
be done,
ship.
stuff needs to be done. It's that simple.
Yeah, no, you got to run a tight ship. I agree.
And the guys here are very good. 44 bigs to 27 bigs, 2.6 million to 1.7 million.
Yeah, so Gareth's picked up a few in the last few hands.
We're approaching hand number 96. So at the moment, everybody's still in the game in terms of predicting how many hands will be played today. We have not surpassed anybody.
Right, so Bo's on the button. 10-3 off. Bozo's elected to limp in. Jack 9 suited, nice looking hand.
Yeah, I like that. Nice hand.
Yeah, he's checked it.
That's interesting. So 10, 7, 8, 2 diamonds.
Wow. Wow, wow. Look at that flop.
I think that might just favour Gareth.
Yeah. Flop,
the
flop the
joint.
straight. Got the straight flush redraw. And got Bozo betting into him with top pair.
So now he needs to call. We don't want to see a raise here.
Yeah. He's just got to be careful. Yeah, he's calling very quickly. He's normally taken a lot longer and been more considered. Bozo will take note.
He's out of position here.
And
So
there's the flush.
The flush gets there.
That's going to slow Bozo down.
Yeah, Bozo's not it. Oh, this is a problem.
That's a problem for Bozo. Gareth's going to bet you.
Yeah, I mean, I like Gareth's sizing to be around about 100 here.
I think he gets paid, yeah.
I don't know if he does.
Bozo's asking how much.
Bozo said call. Bozo said call. So Bozo called that off.
And he showed the 10. Hard not to call. So we have
Massive flop. Massive flop. And he gets the flush. But, yeah.
flopped the straight, redraw to straight flush, turned the flush.
Imagine if the board had paired there. I mean, the money would have all been in. Well done. Nice hand. Well played. So Gareth picks up a few more bigs there.
Picks up a few more bigs from Bozo.
And it's worthy of note there that David immediately called with his 10, but he didn't consider re-raising for the obvious reason. There were straights on board, there was a flush on board, and you know, David's not going to put himself in a heap of trouble there opening up the door.
No, he just flat called.
And that was the safe option and the right option.
And I listen to the viewers out there, you often get excited about your own hand, but you've got to remember you've got to range your opponent.
Yeah, that's for sure. And David's very experienced at this, so he will know. All right, Gareth now under the gun here. 7-8 offsuit. I thought he was going to give Bozo a walk here. but I don't think he is now.
Yeah, no, that hand heads up. I'd like to play with it.
I'm not disputing it. I just thought that he looked like he was about to just give it up. No, so that's a limp.
Option to raise. Check.
David checks back. I don't know what David's got. We didn't see his cards. So that's a scary flop for 8-7.
Yeah, we haven't seen Bozo's card, but it's not a nice flop for 8-7. There's nothing for him there.
And Bozo bets he's got to get out of the way. Mind you, maybe Bozo's got a worse hand. Who knows?
Yeah, 10's no help to Gareth from what we can see. We don't know what Bozo's
Board
holding.
becomes a little straight here, but if somebody had ace queen here, we'd have heard about it earlier.
Yeah, even Queen 9, I think we would have heard about it.
100,000.
Yeah, so Gareth's bet 100,000, yeah?
With nothing.
Well, we know he's got nothing. Look at Bozo's reaching for a lot more than 100.
He's looking for a reaction.
He's made the call.
Flop cam? Oh, we missed it.
It's gone across to Bozo. He's got a picture.
Queen,
Well, the high card wins. There's a queen there.
queen of clubs, 5 of hearts.
Queen of clubs, 9 of hearts. Thank you very much, dealer.
Get that money. Alright, 6
I think he said 5 of hearts, not 9 of hearts.
Yeah,
There
9 would have been a
re-raise.
straight. There would have been a re-raise.
Yeah, for
So,
sure.
so Bozo called him down with Queen High there. Sniffed it out.
No technical issue there. It was called Bozoitis. Didn't put the cards in the box.
So Bozo up to 44 bigs, 26 for Gareth, 2.7 plays 1.6. It's just flip-flopping around there. So close still.
And believe it or not, the 3 is ahead with the backdoor spades.
Yep.
No continuation
check,
bet
check.
from David, which was interesting.
Another
Another
jack.
jack.
Picks up a lot of draws for Bozo.
Absolutely.
Straight flush draw, any king, any 10. He bets it.
Gareth has got 2 pairs, jacks and 3s here.
Looks like he's not folding a pair heads up. He calls.
And Gareth will also be thinking he can set something up on the river here.
And another jack, he has now got a full house.
So unless it's
On check, check. Shows the boat.
nice hand.
And he take
Good poker. Well
No-
played, gentlemen,
yeah.
both of you.
another plus 275 for him. Gap narrowing a little more.
Indeed it does. Blinds 30-60 with a 60,000 big blind ante. Mr. Rosenthal is still in the food relay. This will be hand at number 99 of how many we yet to find out, of course.
Yeah, number 99 still under the 100 mark. Just.
And Gareth left a picture, will be your under the gun player, also on the button.
We have a shout out from Johan van Sail. He says, hi, I'm in from South Africa. So obviously somewhere in South Africa, just letting us know he's a
How's it,
local
Johan?
viewer.
Nice to have you on board, my friend. I'm sure David will take that phone off the table. He would know better.
Texting, I'm just a little busy right now.
Yeah, a little bit busy with the poker game. Gareth's got 8-6 on the button. You're going to give him the walk.
Yeah, he's giving him a walk. And just as well, Bozo had an ace.
Yep, and raising cards.
I said I didn't have a bad hand.
Bozo tells him I didn't have a bad hand.
He's not lying, he didn't have a bad one. He didn't have a fantastic one, but it wasn't bad.
Right, so we move to hand number 100, Gary.
It is our anniversary. How about that?
Oh, and yeah, Bozo's woken up with a very big hand. Ace King's on the button. puts out the raise. 150. 5-4 off for Gareth to call. He has to call 90,000 into 270.
And he's going to fold
He's
this.
going to fold this. Yeah, Bozo's contemplating. Do I show him? He's going to show him watch.
It'll be a flash. Up, down. Told you.
He shows him the flash.
So that's the other event going on outside at the moment. It's the last event, of course. That is the semi-freeze, which started at 2 p.m. 3,000 was the entry. I have no idea if, although it started at 2 p.m. So it's now 14:36 local time. So I suspect that is still open for entry. There was a turbo satellite earlier to get into that.
Yeah, while I was out there, Gary, they satellites down to the last 10 players, and they were giving away 4 seats from that.
Wow.
So the 10 players there fighting out for the 4 seats.
Awesome. Good job my wife's not there. She'd have already won a seat. She is the satellite queen.
Yeah, and on the YouTube feed, old Coral Sneyman, our good friend, says hi.
He's not my friend. How's it, Coral? Okay, Gareth with the ace-4 suited here. Button position under the gun. David is looking down at queen 5.
Queen 5 off.
No, I can't call this.
Yeah, he doesn't like to fold heads up, but he knows I can't defend with that.
Yeah. A big strength shown by Gareth. Betting a suited ace there, which is fair enough. Standard, 40 bigs versus 30 bigs.
It's still very close, Gary.
I'm going to tell you, it's going to take a super cooler to separate these boys. Or
Yeah.
it's, we're here for the next 3 hours. That's one or the other.
Well, it seems that I'm the high one out of that list without giving anything away to the viewers. I'm going to take it that the moment we go over that, I have officially won.
No. I told you, if it goes past 5, it's a revote. That is the rule.
Oh.
So yours is... No. If it goes past that number,
Then I'm out.
you're
Right.
also out.
We're on hand number 102.
Long way to go for marksman, but let me tell you, be here till bloody tomorrow. Just kidding with the team.
Maybe I was just hopeful that we would have a long heads-up battle.
Well, I don't know. Bozo's got the pocket 3s here, so he's going to be off crab hunting.
There goes the raise. He's saying, where have all my greens disappeared to? They've moved across to Gareth.
They're close by.
He's got them in other chip forms.
They're close by.
It's just the way the change has been settled out that he doesn't have them in front of him anymore.
To be honest, I think we should just be playing with those greens and yellows anyhow.
Yeah, those 5s,
Those are just about advertising your wealth for 5s. What we got here is... Okay, I didn't hear the raise. It'll come up now.
Yeah, and Bozo's getting a little bit uptight with the dealers. It's the 3rd or 4th time that he's arguing with him over the amount of the raise.
And we can't put the raise in until it's confirmed by dealer. So hence the reason we're waiting with our graphic.
Yeah. So Bozo takes that down pre-flop. 9-2 off. Gareth couldn't defend. So we're up and down to the 40 to 30, just below that at the moment, Gary, the last few hands.
Yeah, they're toing and froing. Nobody's actually taken a massive clear lead.
Yeah, I think they're still jabbing in if we're going to carry on with the boxing analogies that we have been using the whole week at Carnival.
Ducking and weaving.
Yeah, popping and weaving.
So the knockout punch does not seem close by, but who knows?
It can happen in a blink of an eye, Gary.
It can.
Right, Gareth on the button with 7-6.
7-6 offsuit. I like a call here, just a nice flat call, and see if you can get a flop for free. Not really the best strategy heads up, but Bozo's checked back a few times, so maybe he'll get it through. If he's not prepared to call,
He's contemplating.
No, this is a raise.
Yeah, he's raised it.
So he's got soldiers in the middle already.
It's raised it to 130. Oh,
dear.
here comes the 3-bet.
Picked the wrong moment, Gareth.
Yeah, he's been limping those.
He's going to go all in, Dover, suppose.
All in.
Told you.
Well called, Gary.
That's the all in face.
Gareth will just think about it for a while, but there's no ways he's calling with 7-6.
No. He's running away.
He's got to try and let Bozo know I wasn't weak when I raised you.
So, school teacher Rosenthal is schooling the dealer.
Yep. Got him in the principal's office.
It's important stuff, though. I mean, we make light of it, but you know, if you get the bet size wrong, you have to recount it. It puts people off the pace.
Yeah, it
It
interrupts
wastes time also, which is very important.
interrupts the whole dynamic of everything.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just annoying, you know. So
Yeah, you know, Bozo says I'm a professional. I want professional around me. So there we go. Right, so the buttons on Bozo with 5-4 suited.
and
He's limped in.
Gulam Hussain, how's it, Gulam? Long time no see, China. He says, "Go Gareth, one for KZN."
Yeah, all the KZN guys are shouting out lots of support for Gareth.
Comes up.
Right, so Gareth's still ahead with his 6 high. But Bozo has position and he's going to bet it. And there's nothing for Gareth, he has to fold quickly. Right, Bozo on 46 bigs, 2.8 versus the 24 bigs and 1.5 of Gareth.
So people out there, if you're experiencing problems with Facebook, which I am, myself personally, it is not the stream from here. We've just checked it. The guys have just done a diagnostic check on all the equipment in the back that streams, and it's working perfectly. There is a fault with Mr. Zuckerberg's end. Anyhow, not to spoil your fun, just go across to the YouTube feed or the Twitch feed, Monster Jam Poker, one word, and sorry, Monster Jam and then Poker, 2 words, and you'll find us there on the YouTube channel.
Right, King 8 on the button for Gareth.
So the blinds will be going up in the next hand, which will change the dynamic once again, and they will be going up to, let me check my list, to 40,000, 80,000, with an 80,000 big blind ante.
Which means 200,000 in that pot.
For those who can't count, Mark has just told you, that'll be 200,000 chipperoonies in the middle.
Meanwhile, Gareth has raised and taken down that pot pre-flop.
Well done, young man. 26.44 the blind count, 2.7 million to 1.6 million. And we're approaching hand number 106 of the day on the feature table. So I didn't get a superhero name for Lum.
Yeah, there was only my one, one from the commentary booth.
Yeah. I'm gonna the Cape Crusader that is Lum. Well played today, young sir. Took home 98,175.
They played very well.
John Ambrosi took home 60,690. Fabian took home 48,190. Mr. Moon 35,000. Even the Doc 28,560. Abdul 21,420, and Ivan and Gulam 9th and 10th, both the same prize money, 14,280 rands.
Yeah, it was a big raise from Bozo.
And
He got King Queen suited on the button, not a very nice looking hand.
a 95 offsuit is not a fighting hand.
No, not a fighting hand in the big blind. He has to give it up quickly. And Buzzer's just saying to him, oh, and Buzzer's picked up some big hands, eh? Ace Queen, Ace King, King Queen suited.
I'm just looking at the blind schedule here. And level 25, we're on level 24 at the moment, just started. We may not get to level 25, who knows, but level 25 is 100,000 on the big blind, 50,000 on the small blind, and 100,000 on the big blind ante. So a 250,000 chips would be in the middle.
Just in the middle, waiting to be claimed.
And then, my friends, out there in the internet waves, we will be in a crapshoot.
Yeah.
That's it.
But we've got quite a long way to go on this level. We've just moved up levels.
Yep, I mean, listen, already it's a big story, 200k in the middle.
So Gareth on the button with Jack 10.
Jack 10 is my favourite hand, of course. I like to see him raise here. Not just flat it, but he's going to flat it off.
He's flatting it off.
The same hand again.
I don't know if he's got the same hand again. I wonder if it hasn't cleared again. I doubt he's gonna check back King Queen suited. Alright, it's gone check twice. Okay, now I don't think Gareth will check a second time. He does. Go to the river card.
All clubs on board here.
The old clubs. Gareth has the jack.
Did David say king high there? He did. So he did have a king in his hand. Good. I suppose we're just seeing ghosts here because with that last deck we had a problem, and maybe we're just seeing ghosts. And you know, really what it's about is we're just trying to strive to make sure you get a decent viewing experience with us. You don't miss anything of the final table, and that the players get maximum exposure as well. Okay, so hand number 8 coming up, 4080, 80,000 in the big blind ante, and 180 hands. Seems like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, it's been a good long final table.
David will be under the gun and on the button, so in other words in the small blind also. So he's under the gun, small blind and button
All at the same time. Ace Jack suited.
So we'll see a bit of action here from Mr. Rosenthal.
He raises. Right. He's flattered. Oh,
Wow. Did he have a crystal ball or what?
oh this
I have
could
no
be the big
idea.
cooler that we were wanting or expecting.
Sorry? We just checked, there's nothing wrong with us. The Facebook one is down.
Right, so Gareth has moved all in. Gareth's moved all in after Boza. Limped the Ace Jack suited. Gareth's moved all in with Ace King and Skull. Yeah, I said this could be the cooler.
This is the hand.
So we've got Ace King versus Ace Jack suited.
Good luck, gentlemen, both of you.
Two very big hands heads up. Right, so we're off to the flop.
That's a 8-9 queen. No hope for either player. There's the jack.
There's the jack. Oh, they're the outs at the top for Gareth, a king or a 10, and there's another jack for Bozo.
And Bozo takes it down.
Bozo takes the title down.
Well done, David.
We
Well
are lucky
done
for
indeed.
Gareth there. He got it in good, but that hand was destined to go all the chips in the middle, Gary.
Indeed it was. And what hand number was that? 108? Hugo wins the prize with 111. That was the closest guess. And for your viewers at home, I had 121, 128 for Mark, 120 for Jake, 125 for Bradley, and 111 for Hugo. So while we're waiting for the presentation party, we will just thank our sponsors once again, which is Regal Hospitality and Events, Aqua Vita Water, of course, who've supported us all the way through the COVID, etc. Sun International, specifically those people at Carnival City. And, oh look, there we are, we're on the TV.
There we are, yeah.
And of course our partnership with the Hendon Mob and the Global Poker Index, who of course are recording the stats of us and every other poker player in the world is registered, and of course have recognised us as an official stream. So nice heads up battle, Mark. I think the winner was deserving, and I think Gareth should be very well congratulated for a good tournament. Got it in good, and unfortunately came up against a couple of jacks in the run-out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Gareth. He got his money in good and he played such a solid tournament. He really played very good poker. We commended him from the first time we saw him on the feature table. He's got nothing to feel ashamed about. Got his money in good. But it's a cooler heads up, that hand. And Boza just ran well there. But Boza's pedigree was always going to make him very hard to beat on this final table.
And congratulations to David. He's now made the full set of senior trophies, shall we say, with the Monster Jam team. Now, just going forward for today, we actually do not plan to be televising the one live freeze out, or I don't know what it was called actually.
Yeah, the semi-freeze. I think it was called the semi-freeze.
Let me have a look at my little piece of paper here.
Yeah.
And it's the semi-freeze. It started at 2 o'clock and it's a £3 entry. I suspect we will not be in that. Maybe we should just go and enter. What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, we've still got a chance.
Go jump in.
Late entry.
Let's go have a bit of fun. Yeah, so that is the last event which is ongoing outside. I think going forward, Mark has spoken a lot about anticipating another event here at Carnival City and a major reboot of the tour down to the southern regions. No names, no pack draw as yet, but we're going to hang around and just wait for the presentation party to arrive on the feature table, and hopefully we're going to get to see and hear David with a speech. And once again, I'm looking forward to catching up with Gareth and patting him on the back.
Yeah, he played so well. He really deserves a lot of praise, and he has a lot of support from all his friends and family down in KwaZulu-Natal, and they can be rightfully proud of him.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, he'll go home a very happy man, of course. So I'm showing all my secrets on camera now. You see.
Yeah, your clipboards and
they thought that I was actually remembering all this stuff. Second place is now 164,220 rand. That'll make the trip down south a lot easier. It might even get us to sit in the front of the plane. And of course, David got to go back to Cape Town. Maybe he'll take a seat in the front of the plane. He'll certainly fly easier with 228,480 rands in his back pocket.
Yeah, and an extra piece of luggage to go with, a little heavy trophy to go in that suitcase.
A little bit of crystalware indeed, and there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, so David is, I can see on our preview camera that David's just busy setting up the presentation there. We're actually, we're going to sign off, Mark. I think our day is done. I'm going to go for a wander around outside and see some of the players, etc. What will happen now, just for the viewers at home, is we will cover the presentation. Once the presentation over and the speeches are over, we will fade away, as they say, and that will be a goodbye from Cardstream, unless of course somebody has a better idea and we come back for the freeze or whatever it's called. So I'm just going to thank Bradley, Hugo and Jake one more time, and of course you, Mark, for your input, professionalism, expertise and insight into the game. And we're looking forward to publishing the day when we're back next.
Gary, I'd like to thank you and Monster Jam and Cardstream in particular for having the privilege of sitting here next to you for the last 5 days. I've thoroughly enjoyed my experience, and if I could add a little bit of value, I'm pleased to do so. And I thank you for your friendship and for including me in this journey, and I will look forward to sitting next to you sometime in the future again.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, so thank you once again, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen out there in the airwaves. We're going to switch our picture to the main table. We'll have the feature table mic on during the presentation. And once that's over, we are fading away one last time. Thank you and good afternoon from Carnival City. So there's a picture of Dave, and you're wondering what I'm doing back. I was on my way back down the motorway. I was gone. Mark called me and said, "Get back here. Where are you going?" Anyhow, all joking aside, we're going to do. We're actually going to televise a little bit of the next event. Look at this, little and large. Don't get disappear in his pocket, for goodness sake. So Mark and I will be back in about half an hour's time, maybe a little bit less, and we'll cover the 2K event. So just stick with us, folks. We'll be back with another stream shortly.
Everyone knows I'm a giant. Test the mic. Hello. Is it me? Oh.
That's so funny. Can we have a drink or two?
That's a standard joke when they ask me to test the sound. I'm like, hello. It's me. The main event has wrapped up here at Carnival City for the MJPT Reboot Series, and we've got our final two after quite a marathon heads up. I'm going to go to Gareth Edmonds first. He's our second place finisher. Gareth, first of all, what's it like being back at the tables after such a long time for live poker?
Oh, well, I loved it, obviously, with the results. But yeah, lots of fun and great to be back.
And how was the tournament overall? Like any make or break hands, massive good runs, anything like that?
I definitely had a massive make or break hand, I think four-handed. I shoved King 10 for about 500,000. Dave actually called it A7. He got a dream flop for his hand. He had obviously the ace was winning and flopped a flush draw, turned a straight draw with that, and then I rivered a miracle at 10 of hearts. So it kept me in the game.
So you definitely got your payback by becoming our winner, David Rosenthal. Not your first trophy, definitely, at MJPT. What's it like being back at the tables? We haven't seen you in a while.
It was so cool to be back. A bit of doubt crept in before the week. I wasn't sure if I could even win a pot. We've been away for 9 months, and I've been through this before. But I mean, the Harlander was awesome, and congrats to you guys. I mean, you really put in a great event. The whole team felt comfortable. You know, I love being at these series. I enjoyed every second of it.
Awesome. And also, how did the tournament go for you? You started the day as chip leader. Anything happened like major after that?
Well, I mean, it went well, right? I mean, it did go well. I got off to a bit of a fast start, so I had that momentum from early. And, you know, like, in these things, you have to take it on the chin, take it with a pinch of salt, and I think I held up when I needed to. I won my races. I won a big flip against Fabian. That could have changed the whole game, and it was cool. Like, it was just relaxed. It was nice people, like, good chat. It was cool. Felt good to be back. Felt good to be back.
Well, great. Thank you guys so much for playing, and of course to Bozo on his new trophy to add to the collection. As for you guys at home, thank you so much for watching the stream. That is it for the series at the moment. There is still one more tournament going on beside, that is the semi-freeze, which is getting nice and big, so there's still time to come on down to Carnival City and join us. We will be announcing our 2021 schedule very soon, so keep an eye out on our Facebook pages, and hopefully we will see you all soon.
Aqua Vida, the official water of